Many MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Muhammad Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arises. When there are some reasons to talk, yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much projects. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
We know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for?
If you enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market, going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee hot coffee even before I was born. Especially when it rains, you can't walk there. You can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from hot coffee all the way to Kanda Highway. And there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque. And I demolished the mosque and then opened up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did. All the way is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge, it's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the WASI, we make sure we support them with the math sets, and so on. Sometimes we give them books and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does the people, his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is that feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. I'm always my mic. Always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
Well, that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though the incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You'll be in parliament for next 12 years because how did you resolve? Did you engage people, imams, stakeholders, and how do you?
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role. Our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't go, or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis, looking at our recent fuel hikes and what's going on in this country? I think I don't need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of?
I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You came and make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, third quarter, fourth quarter. Now we are almost end of the first quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it. That NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency, We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground, or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Tayawaso is today because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016, and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Muhammad Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNaza, if you watch Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Medina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operation, Smith your Ulungu, he have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, you have no problem. So to talk in Parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no, it's action. What you have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we'll be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in Parliament, no. We see some people speaking in Parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the Parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at Parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced me to Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the Parliament, it's not about speaking at the Parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the difference, big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project to him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the Parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Toure Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader. Listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in Parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in Parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in Parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and energy in Parliament. Then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in Parliament, talking in Parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nazir because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nazir, I think, unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in Parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put bola at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say it. He knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsisa aba mentemu ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsisa abem bebre because first the kwan we no na water down into nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre enya hanko ha ntinu obia hwe sende na juma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama wa aya ama omo ntinu eno de nkyere se wo nya adwuma adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wɔno nso otimi tie nipa su frena ɔno nso sɛndeɛ kakra a wɔwɔ no metimi abo nipa tina no deɛ ɛnyɛ wɔnyɛ bad wɔ ho sɛ mpunto ne sɛndeɛ wɔhu nipa mɔbron deɛ ɛno deɛ wɔnyɛ ayi kura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowane lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowane lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya ba da uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa ga kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta koina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazar Mahama Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
na say yade bo me de yade no ko ho ko kire wo me say monhwe mama ne hunu e bo mo hye me no mo ani so so ade so ehia say me de ko hospital enti se ne na ade ne ko na afede eto mojam enti me nua no mu na obi de onko fa ties be fa me tu mo de me ko he me ba bia ye me ko ye ho adwuma doctor na me ko ye no na chese de ade na goduro no na nya sika antamo a me na no e pro wo inside enu nti na yesa me private car me beton private car high nisi na beton na me say na ye ni brisam nti bo sha mo sha me sika no manti car no me ton fofofo.
Between 2017 and 2020, the Bank of Ghana, in a radical move, conducted what it tagged as a cleanup of the banking sector. This saw the revocation of licenses belonging to over 100 financial institutions. The Bank of Ghana said this was necessitated to safeguard the deposits of customers. In the end, some customers were compensated. However, some customers of the National Trust Holding Company Limited are yet to receive their funds. This is because their financial institution was not affected by the exercise. However, their efforts to access their funds has yielded no results for over 2 years. Today we sit with some affected customers to listen to their plight. This is SayItLoud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George AEC. Welcome back. This is SayItLoud with me, George AEC. As indicated earlier, we are seated today with some customers of the National Trust Holding Company. When the government conducted a banking sector cleanup in 2017 and 2020, they were happy that their institution was spared. But that notwithstanding, their efforts to retrieve their funds some 2 years has failed. We speak to some of their customers this morning. Benny, yeah. We the answer na ebeshem komo na se no na se komo e nam krom ha ne se oman ni ma ye den aban na nkasa agi atum se eniema enhyeda enye sa se na modie muti
etisa sisi no de oman no emu a ye den no e fa no agi sika sam so enti se me ma famu no bra ye 2017 and I buy fee as voluntary pensioner and a pensioner. Until Tamwa me buy no company so Yama Kakra. To me buy no scano, it be ye fee numa kakra na a bar set a bra ye bebano. So trust fund a if we buy your whole year introduction be say Kayama to treasure best no money insurance a be a person you be a bar on which my boy. That time of nya trainer bia o training say ye be fie sika sam enya basabasa for ne game ne company game enti ono so tie nkrofo no kasa ne bia enti akire no kan say investment na o hwe nkrofo no talk no ne ade na say ye pese ye timi ewuramu a yenya kokodro mu na investment e be boy na ono so bank no say our team dia for long and say to me invest here abeboa yin kusi say it can make akoda on yedi nikwa enitima yani eba saa butai no so nti enu na chi no say me say no me call on office na bra me call ye no de koda me ho adi say me free akabro na mra me be kofie no interview bi koso honum and I say introduction bi koso ho na ma ni je ho nti mpese me be invest nti onu so je me so na mum no yantimi an go through agreement ayi bi say e bia say ni na mum mo jiska no ma onum me ye ayi no two separate ayi 20,000 one separate and another 20,000 and also separate, but first 20,000 no 3 months interest no na gene 3 months and another 20,000 so me year no 6 months enti me ye sa ade ne wie yo mo conclude bibia no no ma me receipt na me buy nti e wo mu no ano 6 months soon 2 3 months no dey almost the man okay another 6 months no soon so the man afi ifiri ho no na just koya kada
okay any bedane but ye beka mpacho eja also nedi kan asetina mu te sen so ne nyamate wo man mu sese no
asetina ne de mu ayedin pa se de ye kan no me so me join NTHC 2018 January me to treasure bill me year two different types ni nyina na ye 30,000 nti 2019 no mu no na said me titi se eniema si koso no na efa nam one ni yina ebobo ban any banking clean up exercise no me nti me rashiko eko withdraw one part ema omutu ama me nti another part na ekae no e free hono na interest no a eso mutua no na mma se 3 months no so na wo koje wo check a ebe delay ya nsana ebe yo cobra sa nsana echire omodi ama
nti oni omo ye sen bosomi sen ansa cobra na start
eno ye November 14th 2019 last year 3 months interest amejia no November 2019 14th November 2019 nti e free honor dia na ye say 3 months na e mabiem kra e mabiem nti e free honor wo kwa na ye say na da na say o china say sa ana ye di krekre mu a ye guso e hwani mu say ye nsa be kan bibi
o ka say na say o china say no mpendo do say na wakoho na okwa dan potin na omokacho
ho de yakoho several times mean some no bia meti ye ni say almost discana invest na nipa na almost discana bia abobbo nkrofo bisia almost discana ko di omo no almost contractors me de meti ye na mekan but contractors no so entimi metu ye sika no enti na ye sika no alloking no asema me tie ne bi no
openyi u kan se omuba wa adwuma mu be cheche mu senia but eden potin na e wungina so efa gidie a wo mu anyone kasa wa brabo ana eda wani mu no eden potin na she wunkran an ma oni NTHC no ekọ dis answer maso no
ne shemi nkran na se on se na ye wo ye training pension training and instead of your about sikasam a bit between a handle na ankoye basa cause kano ye the bani hu do na se asamba ho abema ya brabo no asesa nti na mdi kaka se one company bi leader ya na se yini GhanaWeb no training workers so far brabo ne adwuma yemu experience no enti that time no na mine no ho enti introduction ne course no man ti enti akiri no no kan say o say dem dey kaka no wo mu enhihye no investment di ye bia ebitima boa do ono no onim wo be pie no so enti ba say ono wo nim de na o kan bibi sa na ehye yenkran enti ama anu na chi no a me ba fie no sometime na me call ono mo ho enti say no more a put process and said American first part no me 3 months, second part no me 6 months. He said the menu and kind. Me call honum omo mama first 2018 no so omo e mine. Afi 2019 no said the air can na aye ntwenso no. Okwa na yinti hono na dia me kosi ni so no o ka kire me say say bia isika no ye no mo no so de bobo sense de menu ID kaka na bosen na omo de bo road contractors and electrification contractors are government no afa wo eno ti say no saa sika no wono mo nti say ombetua no government ni ntua mo kan to mo so mfa sika no ma eno mo nya bi employment ayesa no enti omo de asem na court enti court gina so a wo ye eyi se de be ya wono betua sika no ama contractor sika nka so betua mo betua ma bank no straight no mo so nya de entertain.
Okay.
Ano no mu ano twitwitwi saa no abesi se ye no kasa ha.
Okay. Openi also me ji say over pension na ukoe den na epusu ema over pension o decide ye say oni omubekwa akodi saa ansama so na isuade hu ben na eda wani mu nti a ema otu saa na mo no.
Oh, I say sika de ye de ma na eda wo nchen na wan hwesu yi a ebetimi asa enti me no na me ye imagine say me bra pani na o de me koi na me de okan de ma me nso me gitu mu say sika no eda wo nchen sa ebetimi asa enti say me de investment kra na say 3 months bia me nya profit na me the profit no mbom ebetu to bibia di na se me sika no eda ho nti anu nti na ma me eko join ne and secondly NTHC no be wo adwuma mu ho na me hu say a omo ba ho first na nkrofo bi agige na ayese susu bi a omo gigi na omo de koto ehon workers ni bi saa na omo ye no John to say me ba fie a me bra so bo mama ne say investment bi o ha e betimi aya every 3 months bi a e benya bibi o ho anu nti na ma me join in
but so ejuma be na we na oye ni fie sen
na me wa kra bru me ejuma o 27 years
aja so oye ni fie sen
me ejuma o 37 years ko ho na mo 19 years me be ba na mo 55 years.
Also, Oko,
me call 1990.
Then time now, won't you say?
I'm 23 years.
Okay. All right. So they've both been telling us about their journey with NTC. They both worked with the Accra breweries, and our father here tells us that he joined the company at the age of 19, and he joined at the age of 23 years. They worked throughout that period, and on their retirement they decided to invest the money with the institution. They hope that they will have a secure future that will benefit themselves and their family, but this has not yielded the results they expected. We will take a quick breather, and once we return we will delve into their challenges in trying to access their funds and how it is affecting their personal lives and the way forward. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. We are here with Mr. Kodom and Mr. Odru. Yes, they've been telling us their journey with NTHC and how for over 2 to 3 years now they've found it very difficult in retrieving their invested funds. Afedi wako onsanka usika. Nsunsuanso na sa development enya wo wankasa wo personal wabrabo mu.
Oh, ani de se me ka masa anka enye easy se sia me no to no no se enye se me yire kura na odi akoniaba gedie ho ade na anka ba se me pension ayi no ko kura dia anka masa ka minim ni ato me se me ka me private car me use na se yade bo me de yade no ko ho ko kire wo me se mohwe mama ne hunu e bo mo hye me no mo ani so so ade so ehia se me de ko hospital enti se ne na ade ne ko na afede eto mojam enti mi nuanu mu na obi de onko fa ties be fa me tu mo de me ko he me babia ye me ko ye ho adwuma doctor na me ko ye no na chese de ade na goduro no na nya sika antamu a me na no e pro wo inside enu nti na yesa me private car me beton private car high nisi na beton na me say na ye ni brisam nti bo sha me susika no manti ka no me ton fufufu mi ton 23 million 2,300 masa sika na ni na ibia ba je say na mawura ayinum nti no treatment kakra ana ma mobile metumi kura pia me no mote yakasa anka mi dimi pie free dem ma bonti mi nuan ene mo fa eno on be kam me to kam a mo de me ko ya kire se e ko twi ayi ma me se me ma ayi nti na ma me invest ya de no 3 months de se be yanka 3 months bia me tumi nya sika de atwa nkwara school fees se man me ensa da so school ba ko SS ba ko GSS ana ketwa pa no wo na class 5 enti me school akatua da manim pa so masa say me twem ho ba bia ntwa enti se ganya me yiri na se aga kakra no ko ba na wode ya anga enu gwaza aka me de e bia nka owo ko afa me ana se nka enye kai kura so an na wo ho bo me wadwuma ma me to ya na se nka me nan ho asem ba yi nka e bia me nim ne besi ti an ho kire ya me kom me wo bi mpa
Penny also so a wanya anything.
I want to read me wumpa. Is I me nkwala egusu school fees ni ade adidie mu ne ansem ade me ba fie 5 years na ebe me nya adwuma da me tifie enti me sika no me de koto ho senka bosu me miensa bia nka me nya bibi wo ho na nka me de adi se sika no interest maso na omo ama me bi sika no so omo fama me so omo fama me enti se ama sitremu ayade pa sitremu de ayade isi akra me so mi fieru akra o tumi enti sika sam de in fact ayade ama me papa
nkola no mo yesen
nkola no omo ye 4 ba isi a bienu de me fan se omo awie omo adu ba bia omo ankasa ebetima hwe omo nti bienu na aka no na se aye me bedi
we de bibisa o nim se eda owura NTHC first day owura ho pie obeda wo mpa so na wadwinina no se wo secure odachi anka ne nti bia no bosume bia na se ne awo ye no bosume mensa bia ubenya bibi de ahwefie se wohwe wachi saada no e de besi nani ne asi a sen na etew
in fact a chance ne de nanka eye na me eye ntina me koye ba ze se de enema mu aye de ama me papa say sika free baby am tell me kind 5 years na ebe me nya adwuma da me tifie sika nso a me de koto wa se nka ho interest ba ma me didi sika nso ma enti asetena mu dia aye de ama me pa
ja us maybe solve the same question ura ho pie sada no na wadwene se nyame ye wadoma enka na edi wanim ne de wa secure bibia but ohwese ne anyama adane aye ya sen na ete wo mu
o se de ebomu wono mu ntene ne ma adane no ebomu hu pa kire se abesiri wate se me asisi me wo ma me ma metiase me nuanu mu so nketo so ho na sisi akoba se BBC kura na ye tumenkra mintumenko because iniska first na me start ya na movement ne yene de ene bibia sia metimi ko afeso metimi nkwara no dwumadie bia so na metimi di enti senke ko no sa be si na anka asem we ene amane hunu bebrebe nka ema enti sesi ya de ahon yida pa de bedam so wom se obi betimi aka se mesika 40,000 na me ko to on de den enso me de esombo mampa at least senka mentre ayi na agreement na ye senka e ba so a minim se sasika no ka betimi amu me pa
okay sa na ya asi enya mo nko a na sebe aka mo munim omo a omo nso so eka mo hu bi omo so omo die mu tesen sene amunim no
me omo a menim won mo no me adwuma mfo na menim mo no obi yare da ho sisi a enye easy na me mbese me boni din so ba ko so saadi ne okọ ho no ne wo mo ntokwa ne ade ema ne pressure e sorry ye no omo kon anyi on de yesie no so me workers group na ye call ye no problem ye namu no se ye ka na se ye call mo so ba ko se de ye kan ya anga binum wo ho no mai kuhia ho no ma ni show pa wow because say me nyankopon amwa na ebia sika no kwa me de bi ko si dan ewo me krom ma se da chen kwada kwa amanya ba bia da na me de sa sika pudo ni nyina koto ho de a anga se da dwendwen kura kumi koto da obaba na to din sa wan kasa me ho a na adwen no me hu kwa me fa so me sika so makasa mo de mo fa me interest ma me am fa sika ma me na nka me ankasa no me hu kwa me fa so na manage sika so at that time of me ban me wa me ya travel ni aden ka 440,000 at that time no ka over bi kura na me to ya nka bia badesa mateka nka ebo me enso hwe me wie
so so bi de kan ho ana
de meka ni se de me bra ne kan nipa ne de ye dosu pa ye dosu ye ka office wa ye sia nipa bebrebe ebi kura ya doctors ebi ya lawyers no ne police for ne anade ye sia nipa bebre omonso struggle to say the yenso struggle ya nti sia no emu ayedin na akoye say ye ni okamafo obi anti na omo ye yensa nti nipa nde bebre wo ho
ye kan okamafo asem ne nipa ne dodo no. How far are you willing to go to ensure say wa dia odi akwakoje obi no onsa beka anamon be na sesi a mo hwe anim se mo betu ama monsa aka musika
sisi ade anamon de eno ane senke yesori ay ko dan yeka na so eka dan no kwa na dan sem no a omuka no ama sesi de ye ni da so eni ti se ba se mo bisa ya numu asem yi na senka ebeto aban na sum nanka aban no ama ne nkrofo a mo hwe ankorankoro yi die mu hunu se asema ye kan yi dadwen a wo ho no badwen nanka ono mo ahwe ne nkrofo na kasa na ye die amiasa no mo de sika man aka be mo man ne kura so asa aye ha because say ameto yi senye se nyi ne manyi na me sori na me ne nam saa na obi hia me obeka chem so me mpa adwuma enso so nyamia hwese sika yi da hoyi anya adwuma mfa so obi amra me mo fa ma de mam so mo fa ma me na we de owu asem enti sa aban no betie na oma ono mo a omo ankorankoro yi adie na omo di ho dwuma no akọ nkrofo no ho no omo akoka na se wonom no pepe busia bi kura de atwetwa yeka na ye mobro fu kura yeso yetumi de nwan ne de be yomponche ne de be ye ye na nka ye hunu ye ho ano a anka mfin se ebe ma oman no ana ye ya brabo mu no so ata adwodwe ye kakra
so dro onso e
said ye ka no esi ya ni mu kase se empani 40 a e besra o me so mo momodia na o mu tu hu anamo no mo mo e fi se ye ko hono kra ti se NTHC no kra Bank of Ghana hu ye ti se Senate so hu enti up to now no ye hu anamo bia o mu tu even though artist am near titi and this say no cresse Bank of Ghana needs native for a who mudia and manimu haya yesra omo kwan bia ombefa so a omodi ensika be man a omfa so na say ye bre
eja ye de sia no na ansa na mebisa wanum asem etwa to no on say before we nyina be si no aban clean up e make sure say omonan engine baby pa no oyi omu fi ho e ma omo customers ne krampo no aban kira otua omuka time a wote ye say wo de baby a osika da no anka omo no gidie be na ba omu o de toto ne asi hu a gidie be na ba omu na afi de wasem etwa to no na
abra aban kan sa no eshemi bomi hu ama me sa ko ho na mo kan se sisi ne ekoso mo so mo hihye etise omo so omo de omo omo ne aban na wi na omo ewo lansisa omo de adwuma na esika de enyera kwan bia so yensa beka na eno so makoma to me yem kakra edba yensa beka no actually me ko ho dia kwanya pa me yare ye America ho asema omo dada me nyina achi ni hunu hwe nti ni nyina mu se aba no nya hwehwemu na obi mama let say obi ko ye hwehwemu o Bank of Ghana ho mama say nti mo ni din say wono mo yina enhye Bank of Ghana say eno me ti ye nche kura na ene me no kase and it is saying, no, my being as I hear it, say, any energy, my wavy. Because Emfa who said, you can meet the womb piano, a summable power. It is saying, say, I'm passé, or Penfoba boy, dear, and as a Penfoba piece of boy, dear, or when you just say, and go for a registered for Bank of Ghana.
Mr. Joe. Asemi si ye no motu hu anamo motu hu anamo mpempen so be na mo de mo ase mo akodru a stila monte ho hwe
oh de meka ni se enu de office wa na da bia ye ko office wa na ye ko nti ye ko a da bia old story na no moka mo ntwen bibi o pipeline mu sa da bia sa se panimu bi se ye hu panimu pa say last time be near call ya me bra you pray na ye tam no to come ye call managing director na office and only a call ye and they gidi se a mo frefre o mo ho o be hia o se o be man sika no bi and okra na nya ni nyina o ka say o be ma me bra 10,000 na ka me so o ma me 5,000 and so no cry no later 5,000 normally mammy bread, I mean some mammy 3,000. Say, yen trainer, Sikani went in a tree or Muguso into a tree on Besama, balance nakan. That was a Saskaya making a crown, more than my 20th June, 2022 year, no more than mine.
See, the cracker mono, my said, dear name Mumpai Bamode too. Omo moda kona jumal kona no ene aban ene regulators no nti hono de meka ne say besre aban ne say omremu na yesika sem no onhwe na onye hu bibi man ene NTHC for na nkasa nso de omoye bia nso de se omoye bia omso nyire omo no omonye na afi no sika no omo mayen sanka because sika na down to say no more stop investment no say sika no enyi biem say more stop no so na esesa mudi sika mayen na say monfa mayen dia na say sika ya da ho over 2 years enyi biem enti say sika ne de kwan bia so na omo fa na omo de sika mayen enti e besra ban ne say on twa na ni hwe nanka na yensika. So it has been another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. My guests today were Mr. Francis Odro and Mr. Kojo Kodom. And they are two pensioners who invested with the National Trust Holding Company Limited in the hopes that their interest and their principal will help them in their time of need and in this time of their retirement. Unfortunately, that has not succeeded, as for the past 2 years they've been struggling to access their funds. They've been sharing their plight with me and telling me how life has been very difficult for them over the years, and they have appealed to the managers of the institution as well as the government and regulators of the fund management area to look into the matter and ensure that their funds are paid them. This has been another episode of SayItLoud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, once again, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye.
Good morning and welcome to the Minister's Press briefing here at Ministry of Information. This morning we are honored to host the National Youth Authority, who are here to break communication on the launch of the 3-day International Youth Day Celebration 2022. The Chief Executive here is coming to talk about specifically the International Youth Day celebration, and if you have any questions concerning the operations of the National Youth Authority, he will be available to take your questions. But before I yield the podium to him, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this morning. We have with us the Director of HR at the National Youth Authority, Mr. Eko Eshen. Mr. Eshen, we acknowledge you if you are here. We have the Director of Program, Mr. Archibald Donko Jr. We also have the Director of Education and Training, Mr. Ernest Amuakon. Thanks for coming, sir. We have the Director of Administration, Mr. Emmanuel Anaman Mensah. Also, we have the Deputy CEO of NYA, responsible for operations and programs, and my brother, Mr. Nelson Osu-Ansa. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the former Deputy Minister for Information, now CEO of the National Youth Authority, my predecessor and my very good friend, Honorable Pius Enam Hajide. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this morning. I will now yield the podium to Honorable Pius Enam Hajide to give us his opening remarks. Then we'll come to you for your questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, my dear sister and friend, the Deputy Chief Executive at the National Youth Authority in charge of operations and program, my brother and friend, Mr. Nelson Osu-Ansa, the management and staff of the Ministry of Information, the management and staff of the National Youth Authority, the gallant youth of Ghana, our cherished media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the governing board, management, and staff of the National Youth Authority, I want to first of all thank our colleagues at the Ministry of Information for hosting this press briefing, and I want to extend my warm greetings to you, our dear friends of the media who are here with us today, as we break communications on the upcoming International Youth Day celebrations and outline activities that are being rolled out to commemorate the day. I would like to begin by saluting the gallant youth of our dear country and to rally them around the Ghanaian flag and the national developmental agenda of our government by rededicating ourselves to the words of our youth anthem, "Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. We are all involved in building our motherland." Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may already be aware, the National Youth Authority is the successor of the erstwhile National Youth Council, which was established in 1974 by NRC Decree 241. Having endured a period of metamorphosis after its inception, at some time the National Youth Organizing Commission, then the Democratic Youth League of Ghana, the National Youth Authority Act 2016, Act 939, consolidated the institutional knowledge acquired through the various stages of the authority's evolution and reformulated same as the statutory agency with the mandate to coordinate and facilitate youth empowerment and development activities in Ghana and to develop a dynamic, disciplined youth imbued with the spirit of nationalism, patriotism, and the sense of propriety and civic responsibility, and to provide for related matters. Distinguished colleagues in the media, upon the recommendation of the World Conference of Youth Ministers, the 54th Ordinary Session of the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 54/120 to set aside August 12 as the International Day of the Youth in recognition of the enormous contributions of the youth to community and national development. The International Day of the Youth invites us to reflect on the conditions of the youth globally and provides the opportunity for us to adopt concrete strategies to amplify and mainstream the voices, actions, and initiatives of the youth and to acknowledge and celebrate their meaningful, universal, and equitable engagement in the various spheres of global life. Distinguished guests, the final Sustainable Development Goal, Goal 17, recognizes that the realization of the Agenda 2020 hinges on various sectors and actors working hand in hand and sharing their financial resources, knowledge, and expertise. The theme for this year's commemoration, Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages, highlights the need to foster solidarity across generations in the pursuit of building the future we want and raises awareness to the barriers which hamper intergenerational solidarity and impede the creation of an age-inclusive world where no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has constantly commemorated the International Day of the Youth in years past, with the National Youth Authority and its mother ministry, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, organizing activities to memorialize the day and draw attention to not only the challenges and aspirations of the youth of our country, but also to amplify the creative solutions being formulated to deal with the challenges, whilst at the same time highlighting the opportunities therein for the youth. Friends in the media, the government of Ghana, through the National Youth Authority and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, will participate in this year's global celebration of the youth in a remarkable manner in our country. To that end, a series of activities have been put together, and we are here today in the spirit of accountability and involvement to break communications on these activities as we perform this media launch. We are hereby announcing, for the information of the entire country, and we do put the youth of Ghana on notice that Ghana will commemorate this year's International Day of the Youth from the 10th to the 12th of August at the Anakazo Bible and Ministry Training Center at Ekwapim Mampong in the central region, in the eastern region, I'll take it again. We hereby announce for the information of the entire country, and we do put the youth of Ghana particularly on notice, that Ghana will commemorate this year's International Day of the Youth from the 10th to the 12th of August at the Anakazo Bible and Ministry Training Center at Ekwapim Mampong in the Eastern Region under the auspices and distinguished patronage of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We take this opportunity to ask for the active involvement and support of all the youth of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, some key highlights of this year's International Youth Day celebrations include: 1. The maiden National Youth Conference. The National Youth Authority is enjoined by Section 3, Subsection D of the National Youth Authority Act to organize annual youth conferences at the national, regional, and district levels with the objective to bring young people from different parts of the country together to promote friendship and cooperation through the exchange of ideas and to create platforms for the youth to discuss contemporary issues affecting their lives and to increase youth participation in responding to socio-economic issues in society. In fulfillment of this statutory requirement, the National Youth Authority shall, for the first time since the passage of Act 939 in 2016, organize a National Youth Conference. Representation is national and non-partisan, with each district sending delegates. Youth groups and special interest groups have also been accredited to send delegates. A total of about 2,000 young Ghanaians with diverse backgrounds and drawn from youth NGOs and CSOs, young journalists, students and student leaders, young entrepreneurs, young parliamentarians, ministers, MMDCs and other duty bearers, youth wings of registered political parties, young women's networks, young persons with disabilities, etc., etc., shall gather under one roof to interact and plan together towards national development. National Youth Policy launch. A national youth policy primarily aims at ensuring a comprehensive framework and direction for all stakeholders involved in the implementation of policies, programs, and projects for youth development. The National Youth Authority and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, after extensive consultations, have reviewed the 2010 Youth Policy. This policy document received Cabinet approval recently and will be launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, during the celebrations of the International Youth Day. A framework to track implementation and monitor progress has also been developed. We seize this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Usif, for his leadership in this regard. 3. National Youth Policy Dissemination Forum. The aim of this activity is to sensitize and inform stakeholders about the thematic areas of the National Youth Policy and the implementation plan to ensure their understanding and to also create awareness and to enhance stakeholders' ownership of the policy document. 4. Conferment of the Star of the Youth of Ghana Award on H.E. Akufo-Addo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is said that a country that does not recognize and honor its heroes and heroines is not worth dying for. Historically, the young people of Ghana have faced challenges and inhibitions which successive governments and presidents have rolled out programs and interventions in an attempt to address to varying degrees of success. We recognize that under his leadership, President Akufo-Addo has initiated a comprehensive agenda to elevate the stature of the youth in the crucial sectors of education and employment. To wit, the free SHS policy has removed the financial inhibition to secondary education, drastically reducing the rate of qualified JHS leavers who have been placed in an SHS but have failed to enroll from over 1 in 4 children to about 1 in 10 children currently. The guarantor-free policy is further increasing access to tertiary education for the youth. Beyond education, the industrialization agenda, as seen through policies such as the 1D, 1F, and the sustained investments in TVET and entrepreneurial spirits of the Ghanaian youth, is grooming a new class of young Ghanaians as job owners and creators as opposed to job seekers. The Youth Start initiative, which seeks to inject some 10 billion Ghana cedis into the youth of Ghana within the next 3 years, for instance, will create an estimated 1 million jobs. The bold decision to construct 16 regional youth resource centers, 10 of which are currently under construction, is also worthy of note. Beyond these programs and intervention, President Akufo-Addo has also brought a fresh impetus of young brains into his cabinet and around the decision-making table. Because as we say these days, nothing for youth without the youth. The Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, the Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General, Godfred Dami, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Francis Asensu Boachi, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu Jinapo, the Honorable Minister for the Western North Region, Richard Jojo Obeng, through to Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives, including, for instance, the Honorable District Chief Executive of Amensia South, District of the Asante Region, Clement Kwame Opoku Jemfi. In recognition of his exemplary leadership and the enormous and numerous interventions, really and truly unprecedented, that create a conducive atmosphere for the youth to develop and thrive, the youth of Ghana, acting through their youth authority, will use the occasion of the International Youth Day celebration to honor His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and to confer on him the Star of the Youth of Ghana Award. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the National Youth Authority, as the apex body for youth development in Ghana, with strong support from the government and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, will continue to take up the challenge of affecting policy in the areas of job creation, entrepreneurship, education, and the like for the betterment of the youth of this country. We will endeavor to keep hope alive within the youth development space of our country. Happy International Youth Day in advance. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Hajide, thank you for the insightful presentation. I mean, the podium is always yours. This is your home. So I was so sure that you give a very beautiful presentation, and you never disappointed. So thank you so much once again. But before I invite questions, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us. We have my boss, Mrs. Patricia Dovi-Sampson. She's the director of FNA. You know, the F is very important, so I said my boss at the Ministry of Information. We also have Mrs. Akusia Asab Menu, Deputy CEO in charge of Finance and Administration. F again at the National Youth Authority. I would like to acknowledge them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to you for your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. And once again, to remind you that if you would like to participate in any of the programs, the Maiden National Youth Conference, the launch of the National Youth Policy Framework, or any other programs that the CEO has outlined this morning, you can reach out to the National Youth Authority at admin@nya.gov.gh or go to their office at the Azuma Nelson Sports Complex at Kaneshi for further inquiries. Okay. Also, you can reach out to the National Youth Authority on their various social media platforms, on Facebook, National Youth Authority, on Twitter, NYA Official GH, Instagram, National Youth Authority Official, on TikTok, National Youth Authority GH, and on their website, www.nya.gov.gh. On YouTube, they are NYA Official. So for further inquiries, you can reach out to the authority on any of the social media platforms, or you can email them or go to their office. So on that note, I would like to invite you to ask your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. Okay, Sarah. I take that to be the only question if we don't see any hands.
My name is Sarah Apenkro from TV3. Mr. CEO, please, when you were mentioning, we all know that youth unemployment, like you mentioned, has been the major problem. And we also know that a number of fairs have been held, employment fairs. I want to find out if you can furnish us with the number of people who have, the youth who have been employed out of these fairs, and what the monitoring had been from the ministry, their training programs and all. Thank you.
Sarah, please, before he comes in, I think those issues are related to the the Youth Employment Agency under the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. And they do a lot of, NYA does a lot of advocacy for the youth and other related matters. He may want to take it, so I don't know, but I just wanted to put the question in context.
I want to find out if he's privy to the number of youth who may have been employed from these job fairs that have been held and their status in the country.
And once again, the job fairs were done by the Youth Employment Agency, not the National Youth Authority. I don't know if they.
So then that means he's not privy to any information with respect to that.
He may have an opinion, but because they are not the implementing agency, I wanted to put that in context so that it doesn't appear as if he implemented that aspect of government policy but does not have information on it. Okay, Nana.
Yes, good morning, Honorable. You are back home. We learned that some youth training centers were calling for rehabilitation and the new one to be set up. What is the status of the youth centers so far? Have you rehabilitated them? Are you putting up new ones or what? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I want to find out the resource centers that are under construction and some that have been really constructed. What's the maintenance plan? Because we know that half of the time these things are, put out really well, but we don't really have a plan to maintain them and they go to rot. So I want to find out if there's any plan or share the plan with us how the resource centers are going to be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please, if anyone has a question. Okay, I take that to be the last question. So we will go to Honorable Pius Ajide for his responses and his closing remarks as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would like to begin from the last question. Various political parties that in solidarity with the National Youth Authority and the youth of the country have joined us today at this media launch and press engagement. I do see several national youth organizers of political parties here with us. That should indicate to us as young people that we are ready and willing to engage and to involve youth from diverse backgrounds, all spheres of life, without any recourse to their politics or any other considerations, be it religious, political, or even your economic backgrounds. So we thank you for coming, and we look forward to more and more engagements of such. Let me also use the opportunity to confirm that indeed it is true that His Excellency the President's instruction to us is to ensure the construction of 16 regional youth resource centers as safe spaces for youth congregation. We also do notice that because the youth are not just the major participants, but they are also the beneficiaries of sports, our youth resource centers are also sports heavy. So in our youth resource centers, you will find FIFA standard football playing field. You will find 4 stands with the capacity to seat over 5,000 spectators. You will find multi-purpose courts that can do several disciplines such as volleyball, netball, basketball, and so on. You will also find in our resource centers counseling centers to deal with issues such as, for instance, teenage pregnancy, drug abuse, and so on. You will find those counseling centers in there. You will find also ICT centers and libraries for use by young people. So in the vision of His Excellency the President, there's a need for the creation of safe spaces for congregation of the youth of the country, and that is what has underpinned the construction of the 16 regional youth resource centers, 10 of which are under construction currently. 10 are currently under construction. We are hopeful that by the end of this year, 5 out of the 10, and by the 5, I am referring to the youth resource centers at Koforidua, at Dunkwa Onofin, at Doma, at Axim, and at Wa. These 5 resource centers, we are hopeful that by the end of the year, they would be completed and handed over to the National Youth Authority for the use by the youth. On the question of the maintenance, I believe that this is a conversation that we all have to have and encourage us to develop the culture to maintain facilities that are constructed at great cost to the state. However, from us and enacting with directions we have received from the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports and the Governing Board of the National Youth Authority, we have developed a maintenance and management manual for all of our facilities that are under construction. My colleague can pass by the office at his leisure time. I would be too pleased to share the information with him, but let me assure him and the people of Ghana that there is a management and maintenance manual that we have developed with a view to be able to maintain the facilities which will be under the general management of the National Youth Authority. The National Youth Authority over the years has operated the Youth Skills and Leadership Training Institutes.
guys, you are invited with my share fruit. This is how it looks like. I already showed that to you in my previous video. If you didn't see it, go back and watch that video. So here I have some sunscreen on. She gave me some sunscreen. That's why my skin is shiny. And you're invited.
And around the decision-making table, because as we say these days, there's a need for the creation of safe spaces for congregation of the youth of the country, and that is what has underpinned the construction of the 16 regional youth resource centers, 10 of which are under construction currently. 10 are currently under construction. We are hopeful that by the end of this year, 5 out of the 10, and by the 5, I am referring to the youth resource centers at Koforidua, at Dunkwa Onofin, at Doma, at Axim, and at Wa. These 5 resource centers, we are hopeful that by the end of the year, they would be completed and handed over to the National Youth Authority for the use by the youth. On the question of the maintenance, I believe that this is a conversation that we all have to have and encourage us to develop the culture to maintain facilities that are constructed at great cost to the state. However, from us and enacting with directions we have received from the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports and the Governing Board of the National Youth Authority, we have developed
This was the very first chair of state used by the first president of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. 3rd July, Ghana became a republic, and then his status changed to a full-fledged president. So this was a very original chair that Nkrumah sat on.
It's good to have you back. Always a pleasure to come your way with more on People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Last week, you'd remember we started a tour at the Ghana Museum, the National Museum, where we went through a number of sections and we saw a number of artifacts. Of course, our guest, very capable, Samuel, told us some things about the things we saw, and he's here. Samuel, please join me.
Yes.
To do more. So right now we are going to the nations section, but first let's take a quick break. My name is Wandami Hagan. Welcome aboard.
Right, so we are moving into nation that talks about Ghana and the struggle for independence, the independence era, as well as post-independent Ghana, and how we have lived and evolved over the years until like very recently.
Okay, welcome back from the break. We are at the nations section, like I said before the break, and someone is going to take us through. Thank you for staying with us. What is the first item we are looking at here? I see the coat of arms.
Yes, so Ghana was the first to have gained independence, sub-Saharan Africa, right? And so having gained independence, we had our own identity now. We had a new name, which is Ghana, away from the colonial name Gold Coast.
Okay.
And we have some symbolisms to represent us as a people. One of them is our political symbol here, which is the national coat of arms, designed by me, Amonkwete, or Mr. Amonkwete. So in view here is the coat of arms that shows our motto, which is freedom and justice. We have the black star there talking about us as Ghanaians, or the African. We have the two eagles that shows how, you know, how very strong the eagle is and how very high they can fly. That shows how high we can rise as a nation. We have the clan staff, and then a sword here, which represents the state sword or ceremonial swords in Ghana. And that's a symbol of authority, either political authority or traditional authority. We have here in the second quadrant, that is a representation of a castle, and that shows, or a fort, and that shows the European presence here in the Gold Coast. We have the cocoa tree here showing our vegetation and resources. We have here the mineral resources, that is a gold mine represented here for our mineral resources. And there's a golden lion in the middle here in the quadrant that shows our relationship with England or the UK, as well as the Commonwealth of Nations.
Okay.
And this is our coat of arms.
Having seen this, I'm sure the nations section is talking about things that have to do with the nation, maybe Ghana's independence and all of that.
Yes,
okay.
Most of it has to do with that.
Okay.
Most of it so that brings us to the chair of state. Yes, so this was the very first chair of state used by the first president of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, 1st July 1960, when Nkrumah was sworn in as president. You know, formerly Ghana, he was a prime minister after independence, like 57 onwards. And then by 1st July, Ghana became a republic, and then his status changed to a full-fledged president. So this was a very original chair that Nkrumah sat on when he was sworn in as president.
So this is the first original presidential seat.
Yes.
Wow. But it still actually looks very good. How do you manage to keep it in shape? Because it's over 50 years, but there's no wear and tear.
Exactly.
Is it like the materials, or it's been...
Of course, the wood is very strong. We have white wood, which was used in the manufacture, and that is very strong. Aside that, most importantly, is our curators and how they go about conserving some of these artifacts. Yes, we cannot look on for our objects to go by them. So it is always, the onus is always on us to make sure that we keep our heritage intact, in its best possible form.
Okay.
Yeah, so thanks to our curators, that is why you are seeing the chair of state still looking very strong and very well kept.
It came along with the stool.
Yeah, a footstool.
Okay, so he puts his
that
feet
is where he
on
rests
this.
the feet.
Okay.
And there are some few symbolisms inside the state chair or the chair of state. Now you still see the two eagles we found in our coat of arms, the black star as well.
Yes.
But there's also a five-sided figure in the middle, which is called Ananu, which represents Ananu, yes.
Okay.
And that shows eternity, Ghana forever.
Okay.
So that signifies that Ghana is going to thrive on forever. Yeah, aside that, you have the Edinkrahini, which is from the Edinkra symbol. These 3 cycles we've seen in the top part of the seat, that shows sovereignty. The Edinkrahini represents the first Edinkra symbol. So that represents genuity, that represents sovereignty, that represents beginning. And then we have the Krapa, which is the symbol in the middle.
Okay.
And that shows good fortune. That represents good fortune. Now here we have the the talons of the eagle. The talons or the feet of the eagle, and that shows strength and firmness.
Okay.
The red you see in the seat signifies youthful energy, youthful exuberance, and energy. And then we have a walk of through adobe. You realize that there are some zigzag patterns that is dotting almost every part of. That shows creativity, intelligence, and prudence. So the idea is that every leader is supposed to rule with a lot of wisdom, a lot of prudence, a lot of carefulness. That's why you see it like dotted all over the seat. Yeah.
Do we know who made this?
Yes. Kofi Antobam.
Okay.
Yes, Kofi Antobam designed it, but he didn't create this alone. He did that in collaboration with some very good wood carvers back then in the 1950s.
But the whole concept and design was from him.
Yes, the whole concept and design was from Kofi Antobam.
Okay, right. So what next do we have?
Yes, so that takes us to traditional games. You know, we've had a lot of traditional games over
the
period.
Owari.
Yeah, this is the Owari, the popular. Or have you played it?
Of course, several times.
Are you a master in the Owari game?
I'm not sure I'm a master
Would you
yet.
care for a challenge? Okay, if you think you have the guts, let's go for a challenge.
Okay.
Okay, so I think this is has to be rearranged. Some of the marbles are missing. It's supposed to be 4-4 in each space here.
Yeah. So we have 4
Okay,
of
so
the
you know what
marbles
we do. Let's assume one. Okay, so I think probably
So we play
some
with
school
these.
kids. So we play with this. Probably some school kids took it away. So you go first, ladies first. I hope you remember all the rules. No, you go this way.
That even shows I'm not a pro.
Yeah, so you fake it and then you move clockwise here.
So this is just to give you a feel of how the game Owari is played. Maybe next time when you visit, you can sit with whoever you come with and then have a good time playing this. I hope you win. So we continue with the tour. This is just one of the games.
Yes.
Okay, so it's supposed to represent traditional games.
Yeah, exactly, traditional games. Tintim, Ampe, you know,
Pilolo,
Vigos, Jaskele, and all those interesting games that we had.
Okay, right.
And then for our music too, we have a gramophone here with the Osibisa record. That is one of the best, one of our topmost groups, highlight groups, Afro, big
very
groups
popular.
Afro rock group that we've had in Ghana. You know, started somewhere in London, 69. Had their first chart on the London, music board, 71. They've made a lot of names, both in Ghana, internationally, in the UK,
for years,
in the Americas. And so we thought it's wise for them to be celebrated here, aside not taking out the other very great legends we've had over the years. Yes, high life music is indigenous Ghanaian music. High life music is true Ghanaian. High life music shows the spirit of the Ghanaian.
Right.
I think everyone should enjoy it. Aside the contemporary music we have,
high life music. You should make time to listen to high life. Okay, I see the Black Stars or a player representing the Black Stars, right?
Yes, exactly. So this is a guy in the number 10 jersey, and that is representing like all our legends who have actually used the 10 jerseys.
Number 10 is famous.
Very famous, with one of the world's best players, Abedi Pele, wearing it. Apart from him, Stephen Appiah has also done the number 10 jersey as well as the DIU. And we salute all our footballers who have used the number 10 jersey and other jersey numbers and keeping the nation's image very high. So we also want to appreciate the effort of both our gender in terms of football, that is for the females, and then the male. The Black Star, Black Meteors, under 20, Black Satellite, and the Black Starlet under 17. The DIU proudly, with his teammates, brought home the under 20 World Cup tournament, and we acknowledge them for such a great feat. We are waiting on our female national teams, any of them.
We'll impress you, don't worry.
We are all for it.
I'm rooting
the
for
Black
them.
Queens and Black Maidens, Black Princesses bring home the trophy. I want to encourage the current Black Star team to have a great impact in the Qatar 2022 and bring the cup home for us to prove to our ladies that yes, we are still in competition with them in terms of bringing more trophies to the country. Yes.
Okay. So then what next do we have here?
Yeah, so this takes us to the postage stamps, which talks about the postal system in Ghana, how it started from the colonial period. And so within that period, you see a lot of images representing the Queen and some of the colonial figures at the time until the independence era, where the faces of our postage stamps also changed to reflect what we had in our society, the Bank of Ghana, some other important centers like the Black Star Square, Black Star Line, different, even with that also it had images of indigenous people, famous people who have helped, lift up the name.
I remember using some of these stamps, but I'm not sure which of them I used. I just remember the way it looks, with the zigzag and all of that.
Yes,
okay.
There are so many of them.
So many
and
designs.
I'm sure it will take you the whole day trying to
figure out which one he used. Okay.
Yes. Also, of course, we saw the Ekwabado. You saw the Ekwabado down there in the
yes. So they had a stamp with those on it.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it reflected all aspects of our society. And this brings us
Ghanaian
into currencies through the ages. Yes.
Okay.
So from the colonial period, we've had a West African currency, but you see that from the colonial period, 1920s onwards. We've also had an independence time when we had our own CD also coming into play. And over the years, the CD has changed faces until 2007, 1st July, when the very last one was redenominated and changed.
I see. So these are like all the phases.
These are all the phases.
The currencies we used under the British colony.
Under the British colony.
And then.
So when Ghana became independent,
and then afterwards.
The independence. So.
Oh, see, the 2000 notes.
2000, yes. Now 20,000 is for 2 CDs.
Exactly.
The value is the same. Yeah. So.
Okay. Right, and then we have some of the coins here
as well.
Okay.
And so we now move into the presidential gifts. Yeah, so with these ones, these are collections that were donated to the National Museum Gallery or the National Museum by former President Flight Lieutenant, the late Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings. And so he was also gifted from other people.
Okay.
And the very first sword here was gifted to him by former President Muammar Gaddafi of Libya in '93. And then we have here a ceremonial key to signify the reopening or the opening of the International Conference Center. Yes, by the NGO project from Yugoslavia in 1991.
Okay.
A symbolic key. And then we have here the porcelain spoons, which were also gifted to Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, former president, representing all the nations that have hosted the Olympic Games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And this was given to him by?
Yeah, this was from the Korean president to our current president. Yeah.
President?
To former President Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings.
So this was also from the late president?
Late 80s.
Okay.
Late 80s, 88 actually.
Okay.
Yes, that was when it was gifted to Flight Lieutenant.
I'm impressed how some of these things actually look very good, like well preserved and well kept and all that.
Yes. Similar one too is this from the Bogoso gold mine. This is pure silver, which was gifted to our former president 1990.
On the 3rd of May 1991.
Yes, 3rd of May 1991.
So this is where the nation's section ends.
Exactly.
Everything about Ghana from independence till now. We have representations here, and you need to experience this for yourself. So you need to make time and come here. For now, we want to take a break. We will have some facts about Ghana from Enam, and then we'll continue with the conversation.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Blue Waterfalls, located in Hohoi, the Volta region of Ghana, is the highest waterfall in West Africa. It is locally known as Agumacha Waterfalls, translated to mean, allow me to flow. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Welcome back from that short break. We are at the contemporary art section, and we see behind me the lens. Let's find out from Sami what this represents. What does the lens mean?
Right, so just like the lens we know about from the spectacles, yes, we are using the lens here to indicate that art could serve a purpose of telling us about the past, present, and even making projections into the future. So when we walk into this particular contemporary art exhibition, we'll be seeing paintings from some of our finest painters from post-independence era, from the 1960s, 70s, to the very recent time, right? So these paintings reflect our traditions. It talks about our culture, it talks about our history and who we are as a people. So come with me, let's go into this section and see more.
Okay, but you call it contemporary because it wasn't here before the museum was closed down, right?
No, we've always had this in storage. These are all donations to the National Museum, unless those that were purchased. But most of them are donations that were gifted to us by the artists, to the museum.
So you had them down, but you didn't have this section, or you did have this section?
We didn't have this section.
Okay.
All the objects you see here are kept in the conservation or the storage space.
Okay.
Yes, in the conservation department.
Okay.
Yes, so they're actually stored and kept. So when there's an exhibition, then we bring them out, those that are relevant to the particular exhibition we are talking about, before you see them on display.
Okay.
Yes, so they are actually kept in the storage space,
Okay, so let's get right to it.
Yes, so let's
we are going to go through
side.
some of the paintings.
Yes, a few of them. All this stretch from this side to the very end over there is by Kobina Bakman. So this is paint on canvas. You see a depiction of a sword bearer, ceremonial sword bearer with the ceremonial sword. That sword symbolizes for the authority of our chiefs. Any chief, particularly in Southern Ghana, when you are sworn in as a chief, you take the oath of office as well as the oath of allegiance. So you have the sword to perform that function.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
And we have here a very interesting title, To Your Health and Ours. That's a depicting, you can see from the painting, a group of people making merry, having fun, drinking and sharing.
Toasting.
Yes, exactly. Toasting to each other and enjoying themselves. So after a hard day's work or after any occasion, you can always retire with your friends, family, make merry, enjoy yourself. There's also a musician here playing the xylophone. That is depicted in the middle or the mid section, with the calabash beneath it, producing that very nice tones and rhythm that you get from the xylophone. Mostly used upper part of the country, but it's also very common here nowadays.
They all have the same texture.
Exactly.
So
that shows
these are all paintings from Kobina
Bakman.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So you see his style of painting.
Yes.
And then the concept behind his painting. So it's mostly largely reflective of our
traditions and the things we do.
And the things that we do. Yeah. This is on the Homo Festival. There's a depiction of the Homo Festival, which is celebrated by the Gan people or the Gamashi people.
The
so
food
you can
items.
identify some of the food items. We have
Right.
the fish, palm nut. We have the.
This is okro.
Yeah, that is okro. Palm nut. Someone with the lado, that is the fish. And then the ritual food, which is the kwekwe.
Kwekwe. Right. Okay. This, let me guess, has to do with COVID.
Exactly. Just
because
by
of
observing.
Just by seeing the nurse in her uniform,
with a shield,
like a superwoman kind of thing.
Yeah. And that is honoring all our health workers and those frontliners who were, at the war front against the spread of the virus. I hope by now you've taken your shot.
Oh, of course, it's very important. Everyone has to take their shot. So
exactly.
We all did.
Exactly, and we also use.
But this is a beautiful painting.
Right.
It has everything. It has the paramedics seeing to someone who is sick, people wearing their masks, the ambulance, the hospital, the nurse with the shield fighting off the virus.
Exactly.
This is beautiful. And this was done by who?
Yes, Dr. Prince Kojo Hilton.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Prince Kojo. That's his image right there.
Wow.
Making a very huge name in Ghana's creative arts. He does almost everything art. Stage, building stage for theater, paintings. He's the same person who did the spider web.
Out there.
The spider out there, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay, so let's look at a few more and then we can wrap up from here.
Right, so this is by Professor Ato Dilaki. This was a live painting, actually.
He was there.
Yeah,
he
painted a live audience. So he started from scratch. He had his canvas. He started painting from the very scratch, from the very start till he finished this.
Right.
For touching. Okay. You can see the Bedford, popularly called in local parlance the Cholole or Arrow Glass or Bone Shaker by some people. Very interesting names, which used to move the Ghanaian economy back in the day.
Those were what we used to move in.
Yeah,
like
we used to travel in transportation, carrying people from market centers, to the home, or moving people who were traveling across the country. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Professor Ablado Glover too has his own painting also well represented here. Okay. So you realize it's a combination of both the old and then the new.
Okay.
So the young people of the now and then those who started after independence, yes. Yeah, and that also speaks to the general theme of this exhibition, which is unity in diversity.
Okay.
Yeah, so blending diverse form of ideologies and periods together into one space. Yeah, and this was also done. Yes, this was also done by Dr. Prince Kojo Hilton.
Okay.
This is made of foam, cushion, what we call cushion foam.
Yeah.
That is what he had. He had a very plain cushion, probably half an inch thick. Then he was able to draw and paint out the image in it and then cut it out.
Okay.
To give this, and then he had the
spray or the glitters thing going on.
Glitters on it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. He's a big guy in the Ghanaian creative art industry.
So if you're an art person, this is also a place for you. You can come here and experience art from old and new artists, contemporary artists, and then those who have been in the job for a while. This is a beautiful place, so you should also come here and then experience it. From here, we are going to the car park where we have a number of cars, a fleet of cars, which used to host, or let me say, which some of our ex-presidents used to drive in and move around. Someone will be telling us more about those cars, but before we go, we have a web outside in the middle of this whole edifice, and he's going to tell us what that symbolizes. So let's get going.
Yeah, so we are walking into the central space, which shows the centrality of our gallery and how important that is to our culture, our tradition. And so we can see in our view here the spider, popularly called Anansi. You know, with its very complex, intricate web, it's hanging over there. We know of local folk tales that relate to our Anansi, and that shows how Anansi, or tend to reflect how wise Anansi is, and sometimes because of his abundant wisdom, it tends to outwit or outsmart other people. But we have this within this space here, just to point it out that Anansi is not the only one with a lot of wisdom, but every individual has a potential and has something to offer, has knowledge. And so our different ideologies, our different intelligences should complement one another rather than divide us or to use to harm or hurt each other. And so the web also shows how interconnected we are. Our similarities and cultural similarities speaks a lot about us and shows a lot about us rather than actually dividing us. And so we want to also project that interconnection or interconnectivity that exists among the various ethnic groups and the various people, be it locals or even foreigners or cultures within this country. That is why we have Anansi well honored, in the center of
and it's
the National
strategically
Gallery.
placed. I like this. It's beautiful.
Very strategic.
But I also noticed this echo thing going on.
Yes.
Like right here, you stand there, you scream your name, you hear it so many
You hear it
times.
back to you.
Is there anything behind it?
Yeah, it actually adds to our visitor experience.
Okay.
So you go back knowing very well that when you visited the National Gallery, in the center of the gallery, when you speak, you have echo because of the dome. Yes, the architecture of the space allows for that effect, for you to get that effect. But any other space within the gallery will not give you an echo.
Okay.
So it's something unique or peculiar to the center or the central part of the gallery.
Okay, so that's it from inside here. This is the gallery at the National Museum. Now we head towards the car park where we would learn more about the presidential vehicles. Come with us. So this is our last and final part of the tour. We are at the car park. I'm interested in that very old car. It looks like the oldest here, right?
Your guess is as right as mine.
Right.
Right, so that is a very, very old, unique Cadillac, also bulletproof, but used by the very first president of Ghana. So this should be about 60 years plus old. Yeah.
The car is older
Almost.
than me.
Oh, of course.
Older than,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, but I mean older than most of us, right?
Yeah.
You would
yeah,
admit
exactly.
that. But it's been an experience, a good one, of course. And we were honored to have some take us through the nitty-gritty details of the artifacts and the historical pieces that we have here at the National Museum. It's been renovated, so there's a lot in here you can experience for yourself when you come here. Before I end though, what are the rates for the different
coming to
individuals?
visit?
Exactly.
Yes, so for the locals, as in Ghanaians or residents, so you pay 10 cedis for an adult, And then once you are in a tertiary institution or you are volunteer with ID card to prove, you pay 4 cedis, very cheap. And then for the senior high and then junior high, they pay 3 cedis. And then the upper primary and the lower primary, we pay just 2 cedis.
Okay, that's quite affordable, right? Very affordable.
And then for
enough.
Yeah, for the non-Ghanaians, yeah, that is some foreigners. You pay 50 cedis for the foreign adults, 40 cedis for foreign students or volunteers with ID card. And then foreign non-senior high, non-Ghanaian senior high people, foreigners, they pay 8 cedis. And then the kids pay about 6 cedis to enter into our gallery. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And it's very affordable. The price is 4 cedis, 2 cedis, depending on whether or not you're a foreigner or you're a Ghanaian. But the point is, it's something which is worth your money. So you should come here and experience it for yourself. Can you share with us the social media pages? People who want to follow you on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
Yeah, so for our website, it's gmmb.gov.gh. So that is our website. And then for our Twitter handle, it's GMMB_museums.
Okay.
Yes, for our Facebook, it's Ghana Museums.
Okay.
So once you type in Ghana Museums, you will see our Facebook page. For the Instagram handle, it is Ghana_museums. Yes, and then for our YouTube channel, once you type in Ghana Museums, you find our YouTube channel also very active.
I actually didn't know you have a YouTube channel, but thanks for that information. They also have their websites, the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board.
Yeah, once you just Google Ghana Museums and Monuments Board, it takes you to our website, which is the gmmb.gov.gh.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Sam, for doing this. We know we've tired you out, but it was very helpful information. I'm sure people out there enjoyed this episode. I did too, and I'm very grateful for your time and your company. So let's do this some other time on another exciting episode of People and Places right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Wanda Amihagan.
Yeah, I invited with my chef fruit. This is how it looks like. I already showed that to you in my previous video. If you didn't see it, go back and watch that video. So I have some sunscreen on. She gave me some sunscreen. That's why my skin is shiny. And yeah, I invited. So we are currently at the Nabrongo station. About to pick bus to the Paga, and yeah, this is how it looks like. The weather is so sunny. Going to the Paga pond, and it's one of the popular places to see here in Nabrongo. I mean, people come from Accra all the way here just to see the crocodiles. So yeah, are you excited just as I am? Let's go, guys. Yeah.
The first thing is that we'll buy a chicken first.
Okay.
After the chicken, you will now pay the entrance fee.
Okay. How much is the chicken?
You know, the chicken is 20 cedis.
Okay.
And the fee also, no Ghanaians, when they came here, they pay 20 cedis each. And no Ghanaians, they pay 25 cedis.
So we have the chicken now. This is the chicken that will be used to feed the crocodiles. I mean, this is the only way they can come out. If they hear the sound of the chicken, they know it's meat, so they'll come out. So let's go, guys. Why is it that the chicken is small?
You know, normally this crocodile, you know, they don't have tank.
Okay.
So that's why normally give the small chickens. Because if you give the big one,
yeah.
And sometimes the problem is that you know this crocodile when they satisfy, they don't want to come out.
Okay.
So sometimes if you give the big chicken, they don't come out again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why normally give the small ones.
Okay, so that's
they're hungry. Yeah. Before if you give the big one, 2 of them they won't come out again. So that's why normally give the small ones.
So have you fed them this morning?
No, you are the first.
We are the first group. Oh, right.
Is it that only when you have visitors then you feed them?
No, the money will charge for you people. No, there's day like that. We don't have visitors here. So you the money, that money to buy the chicken, the entrance fee. You that money to buy the chicken and feed them. Not all of them, but the twin ones. There are about 15 of them.
So like how often do you feed them?
We feed them early in the morning. Come to around afternoon, we give them one. Evening time, we give them one.
All of them?
All of them. Not all of them.
The ones that come
the one come out. You know, they make over 200 inside this one.
Yeah.
So we only feed the trained or those who are trained. You know, those who are not trained, even that one, they won't come out for you to see. Because they are not trained. But the trained one will come out. If you just go and call it, they will come out, the trained ones.
Okay.
But those who are not trained, they will inside the water, they don't come out.
So what would they eat?
They're fish and frog there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they swim with
Do
them.
people still swim with the
but
crocodiles?
Not this time.
Now they've stopped?
They stopped.
Why?
Come to around, you know, during the dry season, people swim with them, but this time, you know, the water is plenty, so.
Oh, okay.
Don't do that this
But
time.
the dry season?
Yeah, come to around January to this thing, March to January. If you come in, you see the children inside swim with them.
Okay.
But this time they stopped.
And how come the crocodiles don't bite them?
You know, you know, Paga here, we don't do the crocodile meat. It's about taboo. One that die, we do better than the way bury ourselves. And that's why they are now friendly to us. You know, one that die, we better than the way we bury ourselves. And we don't kill them, we don't eat the meat. That's why here, we don't do the crocodile meat. One that die, we better than the way we bury ourselves.
So I tried crocodile meat in Kenya. If you are watching this video and you eat crocodile meat, just know that here is very sacred. They don't eat crocodile meat.
They don't do that.
They don't do that. They don't do that here.
Don't do that.
So yeah, we are currently here about to call them with this chicken and hopefully get to see them, take some videos, take some pictures. So let's go back.
I want to capture the crocodile in like slow motion.
So he's currently calling them.
Anywhere here, crocodile can pop out.
I see one over there.
Let's pass here. Let's start here.
One is coming out.
Back. You go this way. Good. Come this way. I want to feed you. Huh?
Oh, this is exciting. Let's go further. The skin is very rough. Come closer. It's time for Gloria.
No, you go down.
So Jonah has decided to.
It's coming forward.
Don't worry.
Stella.
It's coming. It's coming.
Wait down.
Again.
Wait down, down.
Let it hit the mouth.
Down.
Wait.
Try run.
So is there only one crocodile we are going to see?
There are many because the chickens are one. So if you want to see plenty, unless you
buy more chicken.
Yes, right, you can see plenty.
Oh, okay. So the more chicken you get, the more crocodiles you get to see.
Why these people are friendly, why they are here, why they are friendly is that they save the life of the founder of this town, who was a hunter. So one day he went to the bush to hunt all his water and food. He took along with him, got finished.
Okay.
And there was no way. He went to the bush to hunt. He sat under a tree when he saw one crocodile passing. And he realized that crocodile didn't stay anywhere apart from water. So he followed it gradually. When he entered a pool where there is water, he fed the water and drank and filled some of his containers and he started hunting again. When he finished something, coming back home, he met the river. The river was flooded and there was no way he could cross this river. As he was standing there, he saw the same crocodile trying to cross this river. And those days, hunted these spoke of animals. This man spoke to it and he held the tail of the crocodile and the crocodile pulled him across this river. When he came back home, he narrated all what has happened to his family members, and they decided to consult the Sisoya because those days crocodiles were wild, they were killing them, they were eating the meat of them. And the Sisoya confirmed that you shouldn't make an attempt to kill a crocodile because a crocodile saved his life. And it happened that this man had a quarrel of his family members back at Burkina Faso, a village called Kampala, and he decided to look for a place to settle. The staff from Burkina Faso walked towards here. What he gets here is Sayipagayu. In our language, it means my eye like this place. That is why he also had the name Pagayu. So when he settled here for a few years later, he was hunting around. He met a small water line. He saw two crocodile line in this water. It came to his mind that back at Burkina Faso, Kampala, there are crocodiles, not a Paga here. So he quickly went to the Susoya again. And the Susoya confirmed that the crocodile that saved his life for the past years come to stay with him. So he shouldn't make an attempt to kill any crocodile, he should rather protect them. From there, he vowed not to take the meat of it or killing it, or none of his descendants will do so. From there, we also follow that tradition up to now. When they die, we bury them like the way we bury ourselves. And every year they have been reproducing. That's why there are now many here. So when they are about to lay their eggs, they come to our houses where we dump the refuse, the boiler, the big end of them and lay their eggs, or the size of the river bank. And the normal start to lay their eggs January and the hatch April. And we also believe that the total number of people who stay in Paga here represent the total number of crocodiles, meaning each crocodile represents human soul. So this is the brief history about our crocodile pond. If you have any question.
Okay. a number of years ago when I came, I was told that I think that person who found the land, Paga, he became, I think, the first chief
of Paga.
And so, is it that they lay the eggs everywhere or just at the chiefs?
The chief, or there are some particular houses at the group. Like, let's for instance, if you're a stranger, you settle here, they may not come to your house and lay those eggs.
So your house really lay eggs?
Oh yes. For you to know that you, for instance, maybe you are not forbidden to take crocodile meat, will never come to your house. Yeah, they won't come there and lay your house.
This brings us to the end of this vlog. I'm right here from the Upper East region, Navrongo, specifically Paga. Anytime you find yourself in the Upper East region, make it a point to come here, come and feed some crocodiles because they need more of your chickens. I had an amazing time here thanks to the tour guide and everyone who helped us. So it's time to go. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time on my next video, exploring Navrongo. See you. I love you all. Mwah. So they are renovating the place, so I'm sure the next time you come you'll see an improvement. So the taxi driver that brought us, we had to call him to pick us back to the station, and it costs 5 Ghana cedis per person if you are going to go with the station taxi. So yes, and the taxi is, the drive from the station to Paga is just about 15 minutes right. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. We are going to the Upper East region. When you look at the map of Ghana, this is the Upper East region, and it is the 3rd smallest region in Ghana. The regional capital of the Upper East region is called Bolgatanga, which is popularly called Bolga. Have you been there before? Let me know in the comment section. Are you from the Upper East? If you're from the Upper East, I am representing your region. But before I get there, I want you to let me know, where in the Upper East do you think I'm going? So there are 2 ways to get to the Upper East region. Either you go by road or you go by air. If you go by road, it costs 230 Ghana cedis for a trip. If you would go by air, there are 2 ways to go about it. You could either go from Accra to Tamale, which is the closest, or Accra to Wa. So I am opting for Accra to Tamale. I got a ticket for 1,400 Ghana cedis for a round trip that's in and out. I'm going on a trip and I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You know how I get very excited when it's like sitting in the plane. Like I'm happy. I mean, get the opportunity to sit in a plane, you know. Yes, so I just checked in. I'm currently here at the domestic airport here in Accra, Terminal 2, and yeah, this used to be the international terminal. in Tamale. And this is how the airport looks like. So yeah, I got my backpack, yeah, and I am in Tamale. Let me know if you have an idea where you think I'm going. And yeah, the flight was very smooth. I'm going to figure myself out to my next destination, and of course you're coming along. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to Bolga. From Bolga, I'm going to pick another bus to my final destination. So this is the Bolga car. It's right here at the airport. Once you ask, they are going to. So this is how the airport looks like. I'm super excited. So it's currently about 27 degrees. It's not so hot, and we are currently in the rainy season. So yeah, this is the vehicle I'm going to be joining with other passengers. This is how it looks. I was really hoping to sit in front, but somebody else is there, so this is where I'm going to sit. My backpack and my bag is here secured, waiting for the vehicle to be full before they leave. Like, most people come here and always get car from here, so you don't have a problem when it comes to transportation. There are a lot of motorbikes, there are a lot of yellow. Okay, there's no yellow here, but there are motorbikes and private vehicles you can just join. It's safe. So yeah, I'm going to Bolga, and I've been to Tamale. How many times have I been to Tamale? I think 4 times. The last time I vlogged my entire experience. If you missed that video, please go back and check out my experience in Tamale. But today I'm not going to Tamale. The only option was to come through Tamale because there were 2 options. It's either I come from Accra to Wa or Accra to Tamale, and I decided to come to Accra to Tamale. So I'm here, and I really like the sun in change of plans. They've moved us to a small car because we are only 4. So yeah, joining with other passengers. There's traffic in Tamale. Me 80 Ghana cedis. Thank you. Say hi to my. Say hi. Hello. So he brought me. I'm currently in Bolga station, and I'm going to Navrongo. So I'm going to get another bus to another loading car to Navrongo. This is the car I'm using. So it cost me 15 Ghana cedis in a loading taxi to Navrongo. How much? 1 cedi. Okay, give me this one. Oh, baby. So yeah, I'm sure by now you all know this is my final, no, not my final destination, but I am in Navrongo. I came to Navrongo, so I'm waiting for my friend. She's picking me up. Then we get to explore Navrongo. So I've been here before, right? But I haven't explored this town as much as I should on YouTube. And so you guys are coming along. I mean, you know, I always come along with you. The last time I came to Navrongo was my name is Stella Shanelly. Hey! She got me. Welcome. Good to see you. Meet Gloria. Hi guys. So yeah, I'm super excited, and yeah, I'll keep you updated. Finally here in Navrongo.
Welcome to Navrongo.
Thank you so much. This is where I'm going to be for the next how many days? Few days. Gloria is going to be showing me around. You remember, this is how the shea nut looks like, but you get the shea nut from the shea fruit. So I'm about to try the shea fruit for the first time. They saw me buying it in town, so obviously you have to see me eat. Show me how do you eat it?
So you just take it like this and you bite.
Just soft. This one looks harder.
So
this is how it looks like.
It just means it will be less sweeter, so you just buy the same way.
No, let me get a softer one. I want the sweeter one. So.
Yeah. So you eat everything so you get the nut out.
It tastes like sweet avocado. Guys, do you know dates? The fruits Muslims used to break their fast. Dates. It tastes like avocado, but the sweetener is like dates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very natural. So it's very sweet. And you won't really get your hands messy. You can eat it all.
This is the end product. So this is what they use to get the shea butter. I have to move you. Gloria, I'll move in here. No. Good morning from Navrongo. Good morning. Guys, look at the sunrise from Navrongo. Look at this. It's my first morning here, and we are going to take a stroll. In fact, we are going for a walk. I have my sneakers on with the family.
Hi.
So where are we going to this morning?
We're just taking a walk towards the canal.
Okay.
So we are going to pass some farmland.
Okay.
And we'll find a lot of interesting things on the way.
Okay. Dorado. Eh? Mommy?
Dorado.
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 Dorado. What about good afternoon?
Dile.
Ville.
Dile.
Gile. Hey. So. Good morning. Dorado. Hey. I got someone to respond. Yeah, I'm doing well. What about good evening?
We still say Dile.
Dile. Oh, okay. What language is it?
That's Kasim.
Kasim? That's the common language here
in Navrongo.
But
not the only one.
Oh, okay. So this is a rice farm. This is how the rice plant looks like. This is how it looks like. You can see a lot of them here. Plant, and it was a millet.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen a millet plant. This is a millet. Oh, okay. Almost every family has a farm close to their house, so you can see okra, millet. I saw rice. What did you see?
There's maize, granuts. Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So maybe sorghum. I don't know. We're yet to see that.
Yeah. So you remember I told you in my other videos that we are currently in the rainy season. So this is the best time for farmers to actually plant. Yeah, because there are rains here. Like, does it rain here like in Accra?
We have a rainy season. I think it starts somewhere in July. Yeah.
It's the same
in July
in Accra.
Maybe September. Accra, I think during the latter part of the year, you still have rain. This place, Hamatano starts. And once that happens, it dries out. And when it dries, this whole place changes. It's so brown and
you don't see any.
Dusty.
Yeah. I think that the last time I came to Tamale, that's what I experienced.
Oh, okay.
So we've seen some baobab trees, and of course you can't come to the northern region and not see a baobab tree. So you are getting closer for you to have a look at the baobab tree. So let's go, guys. So this is a baby baobab, also a baby baobab which hasn't started flowering yet. I see this a lot since I came, this particular plant. Guys, let me know in the comment section if you know the use of this plant. Is it something you can eat from? Like, let me know.
I know you definitely don't eat.
They don't eat from the tree?
Yeah. But let me know in the comment section. So Gloria thinks this is what is made from the henna. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what she thinks, but let us know in the comment section. This is how the tree looks like. Come up here. Yeah. These ones are about to crack, like these little ones. They will crack over here. Okay. And then they will spit out the flower. The flower. This is how the flower looks like. And this is a matured baobab tree. Yeah. This is another baobab tree. So this is the granite plant, and it's now flourishing. Personally, I haven't seen a granite plant before, so I get to see that for the first time. You know, there is this perception that the north, in fact, the north has like dry lands, it's like a desert, the lands are not fertile. Guys, this is why they say travel and see. I am seeing the place is green, and it's only dry during the dry season. We are currently in the rainy season, so this is how it looks. And let me know in the comment section if you also thought the same, if you also think the north is just full of dry lands. So I'm wondering, like, Mommy and Gloria, does the food, like the food they planted, does it sustain them for the whole year, since like the December is the dry season and all?
Yeah, so actually there are people who don't have cash throughout the year, like constant supply of income. So what they do is they wait, they get the harvest. When they finish harvesting their rice, their maize, whatever, they would sell that from time to time, and also eat that from time to time, and they survive.
Yeah, so they make good use of their fertile season, which is in the rainy season.
Exactly, because in addition to what you are saying, this is they can regard them as garden land, gardens.
Okay.
They still can have farms somewhere further, and now farm for commercial use. This one, they farm what they eat, but they have more land, because the land, as you see, is available here. Yes, the land is available.
I'm sure they are not so expensive too. The shea tree looks like, as you can see, there's fruits. You guys remember I had one yesterday. This is how the fruit looks like. I had some yesterday, which was very tasty, and this is how it looks like. It has a very rough this is it. Look at this. Yeah, very rough. I also found a shea nut here. Yeah, look at it. When it dries, this is how it looks like. Yeah. Let me know in the comment section, have you had shea fruit before? I had it yesterday, and it was really, really, really nice. I had to turn this way because of the sun. It tasted like a bit of dates, sweet dates, you know, the fruit dates, and avocado. It looks like avocado, but it tastes like dates. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm better than you.
Hey!
Share butter.
She makes shea butter. Oh, okay.
Okay, later.
Yeah.
So let's go to my farm to go do the work and see.
Let you show me here.
No, the farm. Go to the farm there.
The farm there. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
You come. What you come? Come. Wow. Wow.
Okay, the nanti.
I said I was going to help Mommy. Now she says I should come.
You will be telling me, say me the man. I'm not the man. I'm the owner. You come. All of you come.
So this is Mommy's house. This is how it looks like. Very interesting. So we're about to remove the wheat from the rice, but she needs to teach us which is which, because the rice looks closer to the wheat. And this is fun. This is what they do like every day. Wow, they're really trying. Put some respect on their names.
Akile. Yeah. Okay, tell me what to need, bunny. Because
I don't speak the language, she said she's not my friend. So we are finally here at the canal. This is how it looks like from here.
The canal gets water from a place called the Tono Dam, and the Tono Dam basically is like the Akusumo Dam or something. It has a huge reservoir of water. Whenever it rains, it stores water, and it is responsible for most of the irrigation of the Navrongo activity. So initially, most farmers used to do like a lot of tomatoes. I'm sure you've heard of Navrongo tomatoes.
Yeah.
But then I think after some years, there was a particular year, a number of farmers even committed suicide because that particular year the rains destroyed most of the fruits. So they made a loss. So now they've turned more into more safer crops like rice and maize, because those ones, and pepper, those ones don't spoil too easily. So that's why when we were coming, we saw a lot of farms. They actually have pumps that you could put in the water and pump. So they serve as like sprinklers that you can irrigate your farm with. So those ones, even when it's dry, they still have some kind of water supply, and then they can still keep planting. But for now, all what we saw mostly depends on the rain. To the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed exploring Konya town of Navrongo, and this was successful because of this little pretty girl lady. So do well to subscribe to her channel. What do you do on her channel? I show people more about Navrongo and things you can do in Upper East.
So yeah, if you want to see more videos from the Upper East, specifically Navrongo, head to her channel. Head to her channel, please tell her I'm here from Stella Shanelly. Stella Shanelly brought me here, you know.
Yeah,
but this was really
the channel, guys.
Yeah.
How did you enjoy the walk?
Oh, it was good. It was really good. You know how like people think like the Upper East, in fact the North in particular, is like just a desert, dry land, but like I'm really impressed, and it was good I came this time. Like I've really learned a lot. Yeah,
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, and I saw the millet plants for the first time. I saw the groundnuts for the first time. Okra I've seen before. Baobab plants I've seen before. Maize, we see it in Accra. So yeah, it's exciting. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here together with her mom and her family. Hey, you guys are doing well. Hey, please, they are treating me well here. If I come back fat, it's as a result of them. And so then I want to say I love you. Let's blow them kisses. I hope you're doing amazing. So I'm currently here in the heart of Accra, a hotel very popular. I mean, anyone who passed East Legon has been seeing this hotel. It's called the Mensvik Hotel, and I'm here to explore this place. So this place is known for its big and spacious conference room, and I'm currently here to spend the night. In fact, have a staycation here with my friend. And so of course, you know, I can't go to a hotel without taking you along. So come, let's go, let's explore this place. Let's go, guys. interested to see how the room looks like, right? Come, let's go. So this is the washroom. Yeah, come, let me show you. So the room is so spacious. The room is really, really spacious. And the room is colorful, the room is beautiful. The furniture has like a vintage touch. So if you're an art lover, you really love this room because at any point, like, there's beautiful art facing me, behind me, in front of me, and it's so beautiful. Like, look at this painting, like, that is nice. And yeah, I came with my friend. My friend had flowers this morning. Oh, how cute. She's such a lover girl. And this is going to be my room. I came last night and I had fried rice and chicken. It was so good, and I woke up to this beautiful view. Let me show you my view from here. Meet my friend. Hi, Millie. Hi. Do you all remember her from my Code Involved videos? Do they remember you?
I'm a popular guest.
Yeah, she's very popular on my channel. Let me know your favorite part of the room. Is it this painting? Is it the bed? Or the washroom? Or this painting? It comes with a TV, a fridge. So this is the fridge. So you get a good welcome when you come here, and the place is really nice, very colorful. I think this is a perfect place for maybe when you have like a wedding dress up. You can come and dress up because it's really big, really spacious. You can have like maybe your bride and your bridesmaids here or your groomsmen here. It's such a big space. You can tell from the video. Look at this. And I like the fact that it's in the middle of town. So whilst you're here, you can see Legon, you can see Villaggio, you can see like the Accra township. So guys, yesterday I made a new friend and she happens to be the manager. Hi Belinda!
Hi Stella!
Good to see you.
Same here. Actually, I'm not the manager. I'm actually the reservations manager.
Oh, she's still the manager. She's still the manager. So, what's special about this place? Tell me.
Well, I'll say that it's our conference room that makes us very special.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of conference rooms, about 8 of them.
Wow, that's a lot.
And the largest sits up to 700. So we have quite a number. And then I'll say that we have more conference rooms than our competitors around here.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are mainly into conferencing. So most of the time we host a whole lot of conference here. Also our rooms. We have the largest room. Most of our rooms are very
spacious. Yeah.
Yes.
The room I had it's really big and very colorful.
Sure.
Yeah.
Most of the rooms are like that, big space, and guests really enjoy coming there because of the space. Yeah, and then the vintage touch.
Yeah. the wood. Yeah.
So you see, that really makes people come here often. And our friendly staff, we are always ready to welcome you. Even if you stay out there for a long time and you come, we are still able to make you out. So it's like home away from home when you visit here. So.
Okay. Since I have met the manager, I'm going to get an extra night for free, right?
Yeah. I hope you are having fun.
Oh yes, I am. So guys, you heard it from her. I mean, let's explore the place. I hope you're enjoying watching this vlog as much as I'm enjoying my time here at the Men's Vic Hotel. I realize there's an annex.
Yeah, we used to operate, but now we are not operating it anymore.
Okay, so guys, let's continue enjoying the view from the Men's Vic Hotel. Wow, they really have big halls. Like, wow, I think it's really known for like conferences. So if you are a company, you want to have your conference here, you don't have to sleep here to rent their spaces. Good morning from the Men's Big Hotel. You can see Villaggio from here, and you can see Legon from here. And yeah, this is a beautiful pool. Hi, Millie. You're all invited. Cheers. It's pool time! Yay! I have my bikini under my dress, and yeah, she's also ready. We are going to swim. You all know me. I can't go somewhere with a pool and decide not to swim. It's not possible. The only thing is today I don't want to get my hair wet, so I have here something to cover my hair, and yeah. So let's go and swim. We are currently in the rainy season, so you can't be assured of a good weather every day. But thank God at least today the sun is out a little. Yeah, so we are going to swim. Is here. I'm having banku and tilapia as always, and she's having jollof rice.
Tilapia.
So yeah, all invited. Let me taste their banku for the first time. It's nice. The shito is really good. Let's try their tilapia. I highly recommend their tilapia. I had chicken yesterday and it was good. Second meal of the day, apart from the breakfast I had, is tilapia, and also good, very spicy. If you don't want spice, you can just order. So I'm currently here at the gym, and I'm the only one here. Yes, so this is my outfit check. Woo! From the Men's Hotel. Last night was my last night here. Today is Sunday morning, and this is going to be my last morning here. I just quickly had to just dress up, change to this outfit, go have breakfast, and leave here. I have my church outfit here, so I mean it's Sunday, and once I'm in Accra I have to make it to church. So from here I'm going straight to church. I wanted to show you how beautiful I look and share my experience here at the Men's Hotel. I think the place is really big. It's a very big space, and the staff are really friendly. All the staff I've come in contact with are like, oh, this, oh, that. Like, I've even made friends while here. The breakfast was good. I had lunch. I had banku as always. Banku and tilapia yesterday. Then, and you know, the lunch was so heavy that I forgot to even order for dinner, so I didn't have dinner last night. That's why I'm so hungry this morning. So I'm going to have breakfast for the last time, and yeah, so this has been my experience here. I encourage anyone, if you're in Accra and you want a place to stay, come to the Men's Hotel. I had a good time here, and it's in a prime area at East Legon. It's very close to the airport. It's about 10 minutes drive from the airport. You can see Villaggio from here, you can see Legon from here. It's like in the middle of the city, so you don't have a problem when it comes to the location. So let's go. I saw it back here. So yeah, let's go have breakfast. And yeah, I'm going to say bye-bye to this room. The bed is messy, but I really like the painting here. Here is so colorful. When you look here, something beautiful. When you look at the other side, another painting which is so beautiful. So let's go have some breakfast. I made 3 new friends while having breakfast, and yeah, I have 3 new subscribers. So if you're watching this, shout out to you. Yeah, so yeah, let's go. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience at the Menswick Hotel. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. I just left East Legon. I'm going to church. Catch you guys on another day, another video. As always, thanks for the support and everything. I love you all.
Today is the Founders Day, and I'm currently at Tiptoe Lane to ask people what they know about the Founders Day.
I heard about a big city, but the issue is that there are many, but the issue is only one person that names top all the big 6. So when you talk about Nkrumah cover all those people. Do you understand? So if you come, or if you come to power and you say no, this is what I want to do, but it doesn't matter. When you go outside, everybody knows Nkrumah, who is Nkrumah is. So there's no need for us to talk about it. When you go outside Ghana, everywhere we hear about Nkrumah.
Minim kwasene holiday. Minim kwa. Mi bedu adwuma mu na so bi ka che me say mo se holiday na mi say holiday be mo say Founders Day as whatever. Minim kwasene holiday. Oh, Mate, Founders Day, Matida. I don't know, say no guys, I don't know, I'm saying, Kai, Kwame Nkrumah birthday and whatever. And minimum be Lamte, Akufu Ado, no, Akufu John or whatever. And or that Lamte, to be frank, street daddy anymore do. Oh, you Sunday, and then I must have gone out here and got to go there. It's your master, Tiano 247. You never can give a job, but it's a customers.
Yeah, the minimum said, not yet. South founders, Nagasana, it is a pretty Mubako. Yeah, but I feel the Omo account in our boom. I celebrate job. Me say me nimpadia. And come no. Who said this time no near me went in tea penny be bro. Or no more holiday no crown. So nya Benjamin or ya. What for so Benjamin because as a system no more heading.
Tete kwasi ko fa koko buy. Yen mi so na de koko e de buy. How come so be so di we yaba. Near di be bata. Me say do na ka say finance dey. Me ntia say I didn't know South Finance Day now. Yeah, you see, any paper says. Any person says, "Mo communicating about open a bed. A bed can do the can. One of the good medal near the Emano. and you come and quan odi can on as a bonnet a disabled in there a man and yes the be better home and a wake on a wake on and a wake on a wake on media do was an M cast of Muselbetia media as I mean
no credit about and ram me back a school by no casa dada a time boy in school and I'm sad and was say holiday come and tell me minimum the Okobia and young Mokana Mabana Mobu Sam Cramante Crassi as a Sam baby. Omi Kobia, many million in my own
those who fought for our independence, which is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, JB Dankwa, William Ofuliata. It's because of the economy. Things are very hard. The dollar, the cedis. You cannot stay home. You have to come work. At least you can get something to eat or move your business on.
In as much as people knew about today's Founders Day, others were so clueless about what was happening today. My name is Dorina Banmabaya, and I'm out.
Welcome to Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We are back at you with another exciting episode, having conversations with people from the diaspora who've made the transition and who are working on building a stronger bridge between the diaspora and the continent of Africa. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host. Today's guest is Ivy Prosper. Ivy is a media specialist. She hails from Canada. Her family's from Ghana. We're going to learn a lot about Ivy today. So without further ado, let's get into the show. Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWebTV.com. Okay, so we are here with this episode of Diaspora Link, and as always, before we get into our interview, we're going to put our guest through a small obstacle course so that you can get to know her a little bit. Okay, Ivy, so here, this is what we call our top five. Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to give me your top. If you don't have a top, right, because you know in Ghana you say top, right? If you don't have a top, then just give us a strong recommendation.
Okay.
All right, in each category. You ready? Can y'all see the nervousness on Ivy's face? Because she was like, oh my God, they didn't tell me any of this. No, we did not. Okay, number one, and if I need to come back to it, I can.
All right.
Give us your favorite book.
One of my favorite books is If You Have to Cry, Go Outside by Kelly Catrone.
If You Have to Cry, Go Outside. I think I might need to get that myself. And give us your favorite artist, musical artist. It doesn't matter who just give us your favorite musical artist and let us know. It doesn't have to be a black person. It doesn't have to be a specific genre. Who touches your soul?
Who touches my soul? Wow, that's deep.
Maybe I shouldn't ask that question.
That's deep.
Give us one of your favorite artists.
One of my favorite artists, Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys?
Yeah, she's one of my
New
favorites.
York.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next, your favorite food in the whole wide world. Doesn't have to be African food. What's your favorite food in the whole wide world?
My favorite food in the whole wide world. You know, I'm probably going to get some backlash for saying this, but I love Thai food.
Thai food?
I do.
Go. Who doesn't love Thai? Everybody loves Thai.
Thai food.
Who you gonna get?
Thai food.
Listen, whoever you get backlash from is probably a vegan. Sorry, vegans. No vegans or vegetarians were harmed during the making of this.
Oh, they could be vegans and be like Thai food.
I know. I just say that because, okay, last one is your favorite sport.
My favorite sport?
What is your favorite sport?
To play or to watch?
Play, watch.
I'll say I enjoy watching basketball.
Basketball?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Last one is your favorite vacation spot where you don't even have had to been there already.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a place you saw. What is your favorite place of vacation?
Okay, so I'm going to say a place that I've already been.
Okay.
I'm not going to say a favorite place that I want to go. I'll say a place that I've already been. Spain.
Spain.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed my time in Spain.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ivy, for playing Top 5. Okay, before we get into our in-depth interview with Ivy and she tells us about where she's from, how she got to Ghana, we're going to go through one more small obstacle course. And this game is really simple, Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
I give you some choices, and when I give you the choices, you give me the answers.
Okay.
Okay? Please just go with me here, right? I know because you're used to being in this seat, so go with me here,
right.
okay?
I'll do
and
my
then
best.
just give me a very short explanation, okay, as to why.
All right.
Coffee versus tea.
Coffee, because coffee has this just wonderful aroma. When you smell it, it's just fragrant, and the tastes, the notes, it's just
Got it.
and
Okay.
East African coffee is
Wache versus jollof.
Wache by far.
Why wache?
Wache just has, to me, has a better flavor than jollof. I think jollof is overrated. I know I cause trouble when I say that. Jollof is overrated. I think wache is far better than jollof. You've just got more of a natural taste.
And wache with the works?
No noodles on my wache.
Okay.
Noodles are an abomination.
No problem. We won't put noodles on your wache. Okay, next. Okada or Trotro?
Trotro by far. I
Why?
am not getting on an Okada. The way that they ride and weave
through traffic,
squeezing in between cars, and I see them like this, like they're going to fall off. I am not putting myself at risk. That I would rather put myself at risk in a Trotro.
Okay. Basketball versus soccer?
Basketball.
Why?
I've always liked basketball. I don't know why. I played basketball when I was in high school. I enjoyed. I like.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that the Toronto Raptors were NBA champions a few years ago. That has nothing to do with it?
No,
You sure?
I've always liked basketball.
Okay.
I played long before the Raptors were even in
Okay, I'm just checking.
Canada.
I'm just checking.
But I do like watching soccer, aka football in Africa.
Okay, cool.
But I prefer basketball.
Okay. Volta or Eastern region?
You can't make me pick. My mom is from the Eastern region. My dad is from the Volta region. You're going to make me pick?
Just think about the waterfalls. Think about the tourist attractions. Which one? Can we get one out of you?
You can't get one out of me, but I will say that I am a Volta region tourism ambassador.
Okay.
The beaches in the Volta
So
region
you
are
can't
amazing.
choose Eastern then, and then you can't choose Volta because then your family, then you won't have.
I'm going to have family calling
You're
me
not going
up.
to be able to go home? Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, as a media person.
Yes.
Instagram versus Twitter.
I would choose Instagram.
Why?
Because Instagram gives you the potential to say more and to even earn versus Twitter, more so than Twitter. I say that because people create platforms where eventually, let's say you pass the 10,000K mark, then you have an opportunity to post links. Click the link in bio, swipe up for the link, and then people can put a link to their websites.
Okay.
Or you can create a shop on Instagram. If you sell things, you create a shop, and that shop actually goes to your website. You can sell items on there. You can sell things on Twitter as well, but I find that Instagram seems to have built that and has more people coming and looking for that, whereas Twitter, people tend to share a lot of news.
Got you. So Mark Zuckerberg, our invoice is in the mail for helping people choose Instagram over Twitter. We know that you guys are owned by Facebook. Just send us our check. Okay, last one. Toronto versus Accra. Why?
Oh, I cannot choose.
Ade, please, just choose. Hey, why? Ghana. Just choose one. Toronto or Accra.
Charlie, I can't.
Hey, Charlie.
I can't choose.
We are live on TV and you're telling me you can't do it.
Can I become an American and plead the fifth?
No, absolutely not. This is not an American thing. Okay, you know what?
I can't pick. You know why?
Why?
Because both cities have my heart.
Okay.
Both cities have my heart. So Toronto.
That's fair.
Toronto is a great city, multiculturalism, diverse. You get an opportunity to learn about other parts of the world while you're in one city.
Okay.
And then Accra is a great place because it's got this eclectic vibe of Africa, West Africa.
There it is.
And it's like the future.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, what we not going to do in 2021 is tell a black woman what she should do with her heart and where she should put it. So she gets to plead the fifth and have her heart in both places. Now, let's get into the real interview with Ivy Prosper. And we're back with Diaspora Link for another wonderful episode. As I mentioned to you in my introduction, we are here today with our guest, Miss Ivy Prosper. Ivy.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I can give you a handshake
yes,
right now at the beginning.
You know what's missing right now in Ghana?
Missing?
The snap.
Okay.
The snap. People aren't doing it anymore because of COVID.
Okay, so
we just did the snap.
We just snapped it up.
Yes.
Okay, Ivy, so we're going to get into it because I'm sure for you this is a little bit different. Mm-hmm. You're sitting on the other couch, mm-hmm. right? And normally you're sitting on my couch,
yes.
right? So you run into people all over Ghana who watch your YouTube channel. People move here after they see some of your videos. Let's talk a little bit about where you're from outside of Ghana, mm-hmm. right? And what your transition was like moving to Ghana. Okay. What brought you back here?
Okay. So I was born in Ghana.
Okay.
But we left when I was 22 months, so just 2 months shy of my second birthday.
Right.
We moved to Canada. And Canada. So, yes, a lot of people get it confused and think that I came from the States. A lot of people will be like, oh, you're American, you're American. They assume that my accent is American, and I always mm-hmm. tell them, no, Canada. So in Canada, I was there most of my life. I'll fast forward to what brought me to Ghana, because that's what you asked. So basically...
But no, just tell us, because I don't know that a lot of people know that there is a difference between Canada and the U.S.
Yeah.
Just give us 3 things that you think are different about Canada and the U.S. and why people confuse it. I mean, I know it's all in North America, but yeah. people just... Canada, North America, same thing, but it's not, right?
It's not. There are differences, but the longer time I spend in Ghana, the more I can recognize why some Ghanaians think it's the same.
Okay.
Because we do some things the same way. When you cross the border from Canada to the U.S. or vice versa, I mean, the way the roads are, the way the buildings are, everything is pretty much almost exactly the same.
Right.
But, you know, our legal systems, racism exists in Canada,
okay.
just like it does in the U.S.
Okay.
The difference is that Canada doesn't have as much violence in the same way the U.S. has the violence.
Okay.
Canada's racism will be more like the, oh, hi, how are you? Oh, and then when you're not around, why? And then they'll be cursing your name out, and you know. Whereas an American who doesn't like you because you're black will be like to your face,
right?
And you know what you're dealing with face to face.
Gotcha.
It's not behind your back.
Okay.
But Canadian.
What part of Canada?
I grew up in the Niagara Falls area, so in a city called St. Catharines.
Okay.
It's right beside Niagara Falls.
Okay.
But when I finished high school, I moved to the Toronto area.
Okay.
And it was 15 minutes from the New York State border, so I had a lot of American influence being close to the U.S. border. But Canada is, it's got a lot of British influence because it was once one of the British Commonwealth countries.
Okay.
So there is a little bit of a British influence, there is a bit of an American influence, so there's like a mixture going on there. But when it comes to the way Canada is, Canada promotes multiculturalism.
Okay.
So that's what we learned growing up was when you become a Canadian, they want you to still hang on to your heritage. Whereas American society teaches you to assimilate, teaches you that when you're an American to the core. You're an American, America this, America that. Whereas in Canada, people will say, I am Ghanaian Canadian, I'm Nigerian Canadian, I'm Polish
and that's
Canadian.
Promoted everywhere.
It's promoted throughout the country. People will hang on to their heritage. You know, I'm Australian Canadian. They'll say what their home country is, even if they weren't born there.
Right.
You know, their grandparents may be from there.
But that's accepted.
And it's accepted.
It's accepted and it's promoted. Because you know, for us Americans too, we're just as ignorant about Canada. Mm-hmm. We know 3 things about Canada. Can I say them?
Go right
ahead.
It's
a little ignorant. We know snow and cold weather, moose,
Oh yeah, the moose.
And Drake.
Drake. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
So, shouts out to OVO and the Six.
Yes,
right. Yes. So, what brought you to Ghana?
Wait, I need to also add.
Okay.
Because people think Canada's the only place that's cold, but there's 21 states that have the same winter that we have. But you guys don't talk about that.
Because we don't go there. It's
New
no
York,
black people
come
in
on,
the
States. New York State. There's
it's a few black people in New York.
Come on, man. You're tripping. But Canada is a great place to live.
Seriously.
Canada also has a different way of family life than America does.
The healthcare system is a little
with the
different,
healthcare
right?
system. There's just I think there's a better quality of life in Canada.
Okay.
But the U.S. has better opportunity for becoming a multimillionaire if you have that focus.
Okay.
But Canadian black community has a history of, there's two histories of Canadian black people.
Mm-hmm.
You have the black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, people who escaped when they were going through the Underground Railroad from the U.S. to Canada because Canada abolished slavery before the U.S. did. So you have communities of black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. Then you have communities of black people who are intentional immigrants who came to the country from the Caribbean and from African countries. So we have that mixture of black people in Canada.
And we also know Nova Scotia, right?
Yes.
Is where the majority of the descendants from Sierra Leone came from. After the Caribbean islands, they went to Nova Scotia. Then from Nova Scotia, they went to form.
Right.
Okay, so so you grew up in Ghana, left at 22 months.
Yeah, I barely grew up in Ghana.
Barely grew up in Ghana.
Yeah.
You saw moose. You saw.
You
went through cold weather.
I did see.
You listened to Drake.
I actually did see a moose in Canada. I actually did when we were little kids. In northern Canada, though, they don't roam around the major cities. If you live in the rural communities, they're there. So, like, my brother and I used to love seeing the moose at the garbage dump site. We would see moose and black bears in northern Canada.
Okay, so we're gonna add
but
black
not
bears.
where we ended up settling.
And then you flew to Ghana.
Yeah, I came to Ghana in 2011 initially.
Okay.
At the time, the economy, so when the economy crashed in the US, like 2008, 2009, Canada was also affected because a lot of Canada and the US are each other's biggest trading partner. A lot of people don't realize that. So if the economy is collapsing in America, it's definitely going to affect Canada too. So there were some challenges in finding jobs and career stability, that kind of thing. And so I had gone through a period where I was feeling kind of down and trying to figure out what to do. And then my mom suggested, why don't you go to Ghana, clear your head? The plan was just to go and it was supposed to be relaxed, clear my mind, figure things out. But then literally, when I came, I had a friend who had already moved here. And so he had invited me to a birthday party. And when I went to that birthday party, through conversation, I ended up meeting someone who offered me a job. So it's like within a couple of weeks, I had a job. So I was like, okay, I've got a job. So I was working at SOS College, the high school. I was running a creative writing center. And then I eventually, through networking again, got a job hosting a TV show, which was the Maternal Health Channel TV series. We traveled around Ghana, covering stories of why women are dying in numbers in Ghana in the 21st century after childbirth. And so that job kept me here longer too.
That's important work.
Very important. So 2011, 12, 13, I was here. When the show filming wrapped, I went back to Canada, and then I eventually came back in 2016.
Now, hold on. So what part of Ghana is your family from? Your family in Ghana is
from? My dad's side of the family is from the Volta region, from Keta. My mom's side is from the eastern region, from Osino. So I am half Achim and half Ewe. So Ewes are patrilineal lineage. Achims are matrilineal lineage, which is my mom. So I happily claim both 50-50 because I get the patrilineal and the matrilineal.
Right. So since you've come to Ghana, right, and I heard you say around 20, you came here, you worked on a very important topic, maternal health, and then you went back to Canada. But since you've been here and since you first came, Have you visited other African countries? Have you moved around and visit? What are some of the other African countries you've visited?
I've been to Togo, Benin, and Kenya.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to add way more to the list, of course, but that's what I've been to so far.
Okay, so we're going to give you an opportunity to add more to the list right now.
I definitely
This is a small game that we play.
Ooh.
That we did not prepare you for because we didn't want you to study. We didn't want you to study.
Okay.
So the name of all of our loyal viewers know the name of this game is called Africa in 60 Seconds. Okay? So now what you have to do, we're going to start a timer.
Oh my gosh.
You need to name as many African countries as you can in 60 seconds.
There is
no right, there is no A, B, C, D, E, F. There's no right or wrong. There's no pass, fail. It's just something that we kind of spring on our guests since this is Diaspora Link, right? And Africa is a continent, and there are 54 countries.
Yes.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Is our timer ready? Okay. Can I get a countdown? 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Togo, Benin, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, South Africa, Mali, Algeria, Comoros, Mauritius, Madagascar, Morocco, Egypt, Tanzania, Uganda, Botswana. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank now. Sao Tome, Cape Verde, which is now Cabo Verde.
You're naming all the hard ones.
Oh my God, I'm going blank.
You had about 20 right now. Let's go.
Senegal.
Oh
my goodness, which ones am I missing now? Congo. Somalia. Sudan. South Sudan. I'm drawing blanks now.
5, 4,
oh my goodness.
3, pressure's on.
Pressure's
2,
on.
1. Okay, all right. No, good job. Good job.
How many did I
You
get?
wasn't expecting that, right?
No, I wasn't expecting that. How many did I get?
I think you had about 26.
Did I get 26?
You had about 26. You had about 26.
So I got some work to do.
It's you know what? You don't. It's just something that we do because there are so many people.
Yes.
Who, and even continental Africans, Europeans, and everybody who don't realize how vast and wide Africa is, and just how many countries there are, and how many cultures, and how many languages. You know, it's just it's so diverse.
Yeah.
So it's just a little something fun, and it's
That was fun. I can't believe I missed Sierra Leone. I missed Liberia.
See, now you want a second chance. Now you want a second chance. Okay, so tell us about you going back to Canada, right? In around 2013, and eventually you made your way back. But let's talk a little bit about kind of what was that first transition like compared to the second one where you came back and stayed?
Yeah. So the first one was actually, when it comes to the work aspect, was easier than the second time. So because it kind of fell in my lap, because I met someone at a birthday party and went and interviewed, got the job, and then the TV show was through networking. Then that producer contacted me later to ask if I would be interested in the show. So I wasn't seeking, it came to me. So work aspect, it was easy. Transition aspect, it was challenging because even though I'm Ghanaian, and my parents made sure to teach us a lot about Ghanaian culture, and I had visited Ghana before, had a great time, but to actually live in the country is a totally different experience.
Right.
So I had some challenges with adjusting, some challenges with communication.
Like adjusting with the heat?
The heat was really tough because in Canada, in our summers, we get the same kind of heat that Ghana gets.
Okay.
June, July, August gets brutally hot in Canada. In Southern Ontario.
I just thought Canada was cold all year round.
No, it's brutally hot. June, July, August, we get multiple heat warnings. In Toronto, sometimes they will open these places they'll call cooling centers that you can go if you don't have air conditioning. You can go sit there, relax, get some cool air. People go to the mall because they want air conditioning because there's a lot of older properties that don't have the air conditioning in old Toronto homes and stuff. So anyway, adjusting to the heat being where you don't have the relief of air conditioning all the time. So I think that's what made it difficult, because even though we would have these heat waves in the Toronto area, we know you can just go somewhere and get air conditioning and just relax.
Right. And I'm sure there were other adjustments too.
Yeah, there were other adjustments too. So like, because, you know, we have this, and Americans have this too, where you get this comfort of certain things, certain foods, certain ease of access. And then when you can't get those, you get like frustrated. You're like, what do you mean I can't get this? What do you mean I can't get this what do you mean you're closed on Sunday? What do you mean I can't? You know, there's so many things that you're just like, why? It's the 21st century. Why is this happening? Why is this taking so long?
Right.
Why? And the frustrating thing for me was time. That was a huge thing. Why are you telling me to come at 9 o'clock and you're not going to start till 11?
So hold on. I gotta ask this. Do they have CPT in Canada?
Yes.
They do have CPT.
Yes.
So colored people's time cross the border too.
Yes.
From America to Canada.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But the interesting thing is, the black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade will call it black people time, colored people time. But the Caribbean blacks will say it's Caribbean time. It's Jamaican time. It's Trini time. It's West Indian time. And then the Africans will just be like, oh, it's, and then they'll name their country. It's Nigerian time. It's Ghanaian time. So it's like everybody's claiming it as theirs. Our people are late.
It's in our DNA.
Yes, our people are late. But the Ghanaians are the worst. Seriously.
Now be careful. They might be careful. Be careful.
So that
be
was
careful.
tough.
You know this.
I know. I live here now, so it's like that was a tough one.
Let's do this. We're going to take a small break, and then when we come back, we're going to come back with Ivy Prosper. We're going to talk about her company. We're going to talk about her foundation. We're going to talk about her media work, and we're going to dive into a little bit more of some of her challenges and solutions in making a connection with the diaspora. We'll be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we're back with this very lively and exciting discussion with Ivy. Oh, that rhymed. Lively, Ivy. Oh, hold on. Can I get a contract? All right. Too much.
Come see Drake. Come see Drake. Come to Canada. Come see Drake.
So you were talking about your transition.
Yes.
And I'm going to say creature comforts that we're used to having that are not here. But you left and then you came back. So talk to us about when you came back, why, and what that transition was like.
Okay. So when I had left after the contract ended, and this is something I wasn't going to talk about, but it kind of ties into why I came.
Okay.
I was in a relationship with somebody.
Okay.
And he and I had planned.
I'm not asking any questions.
I know you're not.
I just want to let you know. I'm just going to listen, and then we're going to move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I'm volunteering this information because it ties into me. It's something that I kind of have avoided, but I think it's important because it is part of my story.
Okay.
So the person I was with, part of me coming back was, I mean, he encouraged me to come back because while I was in Canada, I still kept thinking about, oh, you know, I really enjoyed working on the TV show. I want to do more media stuff, and the media stuff wasn't coming as much as I wanted in Canada. Anyway, he and I planned to eventually move to Ghana and start a life together and all that. So I came first. I mean, we ended up breaking up, but I came, and in that second transition, he was 50% of my decision. The other 50% was I saw the opportunities available in Ghana.
Okay.
I saw the opportunities in Africa.
Okay.
And so in coming, I had made some connections with people prior that I was keeping in contact with for potential opportunities when I returned.
Okay.
So I advise people when they come to Ghana, do not come without a plan, because I came thinking these connections I had were going to lead to something because of the prior experience I had where things just fell in my lap. So I expected it to be as simple. So when I came, one person I was communicating with was at a TV station, and that looked like a really strong lead. Unfortunately, that TV station got bought out by another company.
Okay.
I'm not going to name it, but they got bought out by another company, and then everything changed.
Don't name it. We don't want to get sued.
Yeah.
We don't have no insurance, so we got to keep that out.
We're not in America, so even if there was insurance, there would be no money coming.
You can't say that. All right, okay. So
when I got here, basically all the leads that I had vanished. So then I was like, oh my goodness, I have to really bust my
behind
and get things in gear, because now I have nothing. But I'm grateful that I actually have family here, I have friends here, so I had a support system while I was trying to find work. So trying to find work in Ghana as a diasporan is not easy. I usually,
is it the work, or is it like the salary you want, or is it a combination?
It's a combination. It's a combination of both. So what I advise people now, based on my experience, is don't come unless you have a plan, unless you have a solid contract in place, unless you know what you want to do and you're willing.
Sign contract.
Right. And if you're willing to take a pay cut, because you have to know that the salaries here are not the same as the salaries over there.
Okay.
Unless you're working at companies, like if you're working for an embassy or something, a lot of the embassies pay in foreign currency. So look at those things, be strategic. So for me, because I wanted to do media work, I quickly realized that what I was being paid on the TV show I did before, because it was funded by foreign money, what I was being paid was not normal in Ghana.
Gotcha.
And at the time, I thought that was normal. Then I realized, this is what's normal in Ghana. When people started telling me salaries, I was like, wow, what a difference. So thankfully, through my networking, it took me about almost 5 months to find work. So eventually I started working with a production company, documentary production company here, Refined Creative, where we did documentaries, mostly for foreign clients. That was a great experience. So I advise anybody who's looking into the media space, look at opportunities to create content that people outside of a continent will have an interest in, because that's where you'll get the opportunity to reap the financial rewards. Because if you have foreign investors, foreign funders, it makes it a lot more enjoyable to...
I want to fast forward you a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to jump into Ivory Prosper of today.
Yes.
Ivory Prosper Foundation.
Yes.
African Women on the Move.
Yes.
The Ivory Prosper Media Group. So you've made this transition once, you made it twice, you came back, you shared why you came, right? You shared a disappointment that you had, and your leads disappeared, and it took you 5 months, you found work, but now you're not the same Ivory Prosper. You're the Ivory Prosper you are now. You walk down the street and people say, hey, are you Ivory Prosper? Oh my God, I saw your YouTube video. Oh my God, I made a decision based off your video. You had an opportunity to manage, which you still do, I believe, social media from the beginning, from the very beginning, the social media for the year of return, for beyond the return. You have your own YouTube channel. So let's talk a little bit about your successes and maybe what some of your challenges still are, and just where you are now and how you're managing all that you do.
Okay, so now I still do work with the Beyond the Return initiative now, previously Year of Return. So I didn't start with them from the very beginning. You were there from the beginning as part of the team.
I wasn't doing social media though.
That's true. You weren't doing social media, but you were an important part of what happened, you know. So with social media, I actually joined when it was in May. So it was already a few months into Year of Return when I joined the team. So basically, I had already been promoting Ghana on my own social platforms, as you mentioned, with YouTube, with Instagram. I was already promoting Ghana, talking about Ghana. I had a blog that I used to do that was called Made in Ghana, Africa, where I just blogged things about what I experienced in Ghana. And so through that, I got an opportunity to meet with Ghana Tourism and discuss the opportunity. So then I ended up jumping on board, which was an amazing experience, because when I started working with the social media and changing how things were being shared on the platform, it had just over 300 followers, and I was able to build it to over 20,000 within a few months.
Excellent.
And people said that they noticed the difference. Like, people would send me messages like, I noticed the difference.
I did.
Yes, you were one of those people that noticed the difference.
I noticed the difference.
Because people said because they realized that I had this ability to communicate knowing Ghanaians as well as knowing the diaspora community and the diaspora experience. Because even though I am Ghanaian, I really have mostly a diaspora experience. Because as long as you are a black person living outside of the continent, the way you're treated by the systematic society is as a black person.
Right.
They're not looking at you like, are you African? Are you historical from the transatlantic slave trade? No,
they're not.
It's just you're a black person. Period. You know. Right. So the treatment is the same. So you get that understanding of where people are coming from. So so that has been a great experience, and I'm continuing to do the Beyond the Return right now. And then with my YouTube, as you said, I'm so happy that it's impacting a lot of people. A lot of people tell me that they have moved to Ghana after watching my videos. People contact me for advice on a regular basis, so that's really been a great thing. I'm slowly transitioning into doing things to make an impact. So with I'm just launching the Ivy Prosper Foundation.
Congratulations. Tell us about that.
Which I'm doing as a way to help promote women and girls, support them in different ways. So the first thing I'm going to be doing with the Ivy Prosper Foundation in the coming months is doing a workshop for young women to help them learn about content creation. Because I think that there's a lot of tools that people don't realize that they can use what they have to be able to do the things they want to do to reach their goals.
You should definitely have a conversation with our producer. I think that she would love to hear more about this.
Oh yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Because I really think that building the future is about building the young people today. So with my foundation, I want to be able to do things that will support young women and girls to help them in their future, whether it's through education, through work experience, through workshops, to just even teach them basic skills, basic communication, because sometimes people don't know how to contact somebody for a job. Like, I had someone send me a message saying, "Madam, I want a job. Can you get me a job at Diaspora office?" And I was like,
that's not the
Who
way
is this? That's not how you communicate with someone. You don't know them.
That's not the way that works, champ.
No. So teaching them the skills, those kinds of things. And then with the media, I registered Prosper Creative. I want this is a long-term vision I have to have a media company that is a creative company that's a combination of media and creative things, whether it be fashion, arts, that are all under the creative. That's why I called it Prosper Creative.
I want to ask you a question. It just popped in my head.
Yes.
Because you are a woman.
Yes.
You are a black woman.
Yes.
And you're tall.
I'm
not, right? And you don't see a lot of tall women in Ghana.
Yeah.
Has that made a difference? Has that changed anything? Like, because as somebody who believes in empowering women's voices, you have a strong voice. Does that have an effect on you? Do people comment? Do people think, or maybe you're not Ghanaian, or like, is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? I just wanted, because when you walk in a room, we know you're there, right? So, and I know sometimes here in Ghana and other places on the African continent where women's rights is fairly new, so to speak, I'm wondering if that has, you know, caused a problem, or if it's made things a little easier for you.
I think being tall in general, no matter where I am, has its advantages when it comes to trying to get people to hear you.
Okay.
Studies have proven that taller people command attention automatically. You walk, as you said, I walk in a room, people see that I'm there. So when I really recognized that was some years ago when I started public speaking. So 2004, I was doing public speaking, empowerment of women and girls. I was traveling around in Canada to schools and nonprofit organizations. And what I found was, because of my height, people just paid attention. So I said, you know, I have to use this to my advantage. So anytime I would speak, I love wearing heels already. So anytime I would speak, I would rock my heels, make sure that I'm even taller than I normally am, and people would just listen. And I find that a lot of my friends, my female friends who are fairly short, the ones who, like, you know, you have super short, average, and then tall like me. And I find the ones that are really, really short talk about how sometimes they have to really shout for people to hear them, because people look at them as being so small. But because of my height, I can say something and people will listen. So yes, it comes to my advantage. And yeah, a lot of people think I'm not Ghanaian because of my height. A lot of people say they think I'm from Kenya.
Okay.
They think I'm from Jamaica, or they think I'm American, or they think I might be from Senegal or Nigeria. Those are the places I usually...
Traditionally tall women.
Yeah, those are the places I usually get.
You have so much happening with you. You have so much to offer. You have so much insight in. We're running out of time. So what I would love for you to do, because people get to catch you on your channel interviewing others, right? I would love, as we close out, maybe tell us something that we don't know about you, maybe something you have planned for the future. And I'm sure you give a lot of advice to people, right? But since this is Diaspora Link and we're connecting the diaspora, I would love to end with your vision for how Ghana and Africa connects with the diaspora.
I think that Ghana, I mean, my vision for how Ghana connects with the diaspora and the rest of Africa is that Ghana has this way of embracing everyone. And I think that I have this idea that it can grow into something bigger than it is. I still feel like Kwame Nkrumah is the heartbeat of this country, even though we all know what happened. Well, I shouldn't say we all know, because there's some people who don't know that he was overthrown. Because I do meet diasporans who are surprised when they find out that he was overthrown. They only know the story of him helping with independence. I really think he's the heartbeat of the country, and I think that with more diasporans coming in, that heartbeat will continue to be the pulse of the future, because as more diasporans come in, more Ghanaians are connecting with them and learning from them, and diasporans are learning from Ghanaians, because we have to learn from each other in order to move the country forward. Correct. So I really do believe that this country is becoming the heartbeat of the continent, even from the west going out, because other countries are contacting Ghana now to find out how they manage to bring people, how they manage to brand themselves. You know, people are now knowing it's Ghana.
Right.
Where growing up in Canada, I would say Ghana, people would say, oh, Guyana?
They would think it was
They think it's Guyana in the Caribbean.
Last 30 seconds. Your one solid piece of advice for diasporans who are looking to either move, do business, or invest, whatever. Diasporans looking to connect with Ghana and the African continent. One solid piece of advice you would give them.
Do your research and talk to other people who've done it so that you can learn from their mistakes. When you learn from their mistakes, you're able to do better, and you're able to really make an impact. And it makes it easier for you when you're willing to learn from others. It's a great opportunity. This is like what America may have been hundreds of years ago. When people hear names like Rockefeller and talk about their successes, or in Europe you hear names like Louis Vuitton, think about those successes. Those people built legacies that like over 100 years old. This is your opportunity to come and build a legacy for your children's children's children, and centuries to come. So that's my advice.
Ivy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We gotta keep the snap.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank
to
you for
Diaspora
having
Link,
me.
Ivy.
And I have to say, congratulations on the show and wishing you much success with this.
Thank you.
Telling stories from the diaspora. You're a great person to be doing this.
Thank you, Ivy. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank everybody for joining this week's episode of Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We want to thank our guest, Ivy Prosper, for sharing so much of her experiences during her diaspora transition with us. As we do every episode, we want to leave you with the wisdom, the magic, and the science of our ancestors through their proverbs. Today's proverb is, no matter how beautifully built or well-crafted a coffin is, it will never make someone wish for death. Thanks again for tuning in. We'll see you next episode.
Your boyfriend sponsors you. You exchange something for your boyfriend. It's not free. There's no free lunch.
Right there.
It takes a certain level of unmatched talent to bring a low-cost outfit to life or make it look extravagant. Ladies, you don't always have to break your back to look good. Learn to stay within budget. But why are women who live lavish lifestyle always cited for dating big men? Can't we make our own money?
We continue our inquest into Ghana's disastrous performance at the 2021 AFCON. And today we are in the office of the Honorable Member of Southton, who is also a ranking member on Parliament's Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture. Honorable Kobina Weyome is my guest on Sports Check. And after this break, we talk AFCON. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and the Honorable Kobina Weyome is my guest. Honorable.
Hi.
Thank you for welcoming us.
Thank you for visiting me in my office this afternoon, and you're all welcome.
You know, prior to coming here, I was doing some research, and one of my colleagues in the office was like, "Oh, he's not a sports person." I was like, "And a parliamentary select committee crowd, what you saying?"
Yeah, that's right.
From people like her, what would you say to them? What kind of education? What is the role of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture?
Thank you, and welcome to Parliament, precisely my office. And good greetings to my constituents that may be watching, the people of South Tongue constituency in the Volta region. For the purpose of further elucidation and understanding, Tongue means riverside, and that's why when you come, you see the river, you know, giving you a beauty of nature. Well, a member, in fact, I would say that the workings of Parliament, for the purpose of oversight, to, as it were, work and ensure that the executive lives up to expectation, are done through committees. And the names given to committees gives you the various ministries that they oversee. we in Parliament approve budget. We approve budget for the appropriation by the executive. We don't just approve for them to just go and we go and sleep. We also do follow-up to ensure that there's value for money in their expenditure. And whatever they do are within the confines of the laws of this country. And so when it comes to the committees in Parliament, they are committees that are well selected per the person's capacity and qualification, given a particular role to be able to do those work. So for youth, sports and culture is just one of such committees in Parliament that oversees 3 ministries per their name: youth, sports and culture. So you see, we oversee the Ministry of Youth and Sports per our oversight responsibility, the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs currently being designated, and partially, I'll say partially and I'll explain, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
That was just by the way. Now let's come to the substantive issue why we are here. The Black Stars went to the AFCON and they promised to break the 40, but they came home with 1 point and somehow say a bag of disgrace. I think Parliament had its bite of the issues and you delivered, I think what I would say, a great statement on the team's performance. The Speaker subsequently directed that some investigations or probing be done on to ascertain why we disgrace ourselves in Cameroon, if I should put it that way. One, does Parliament have the power to deal with issues of such nature, basically performance of the team, or can you explain to us the terms of the directive?
Oh yeah, well, as you already know, we actually went to the AFCON with clear intentions, as you alluded to really get back the cup and to end the drought over several years. But unfortunately, it didn't work to our expectation. And the way it went, it was also not too good. It was quite humiliating. And so definitely I had to put together the statement I did. And I thank God it's well received by both sides. I mean, as much as possible, we have come of age. It's time we put politics aside and discuss sports the way, dispassionately, with the way we must, and find solution to some of the nagging issues that confronts us. And so I wasn't really surprised that both sides spoke so eloquently on what ought to be done and suggestions offered. And so Speaker rightly has requested his committee, particularly the Youth Sports Culture Committee, to go into the matter, because it's very important. We need to know what went wrong. Could it be from preparation, or could it be from some technical aspects that probably didn't gel well? Or because if you watch from where we sit individually, there are the playing body are so endowed with skills, but then as a team and the commitment on the field of play and all that, something really was lagging. And so it is through us asking why and what happened and all that. And I think that is what the Speaker wants to know, and I think Ghanaians also want to know. Yes, I mean, we are clothed with the powers by the Constitution and establishment of Parliament and the role as Parliament to have oversight over the executive arm and over every public institution and everything that concerns the public.
So which institutions or persons are you looking to speak to? Is it the FA, the Sports Ministry? Or?
No, we speak to all of them. In fact, the committee identified quite all these people that will be invited. We identify all key stakeholders, NSA, the Ministry of Youth and Sport, the GFA, including their technical handlers and everybody, all together. So it's like trying to understand.
So the GFA will be invited as well?
Oh yes, I mean, you can't have this thing done without getting them also invited to hear from them. Because see, the point is that you can never tell. It could be that probably by the time they requested for money, the money didn't come at that time. Because of these things, preparation, you need time to prepare. You might have put in your request for money and then the money came in at the 11th hour, for instance. Definitely you don't expect a good delivery at the end of the day, because you think all these things are things that might come out. So that next time, government, hey, when requests such as that come, you treat it with the dispatch it deserves.
What about the playing body, the players themselves? Because at the end of the day, they are the key actors. They are the ones who went to the field and did not give us the result that we all expected. Are you going to extend invitations to the Dida, use the Thomas parties, and maybe via Zoom or for them to speak on what happened in Cameroon?
Yeah, I mean, we might want to have a chat with them. I mean, these are wonderful players that we believe they are. And in their own rights, individually, they are good, they are doing their work. But then maybe as a playing body, as a team, what happened? Is there any infighting? Because the reports we keep hearing is that this person gets the ball, he doesn't want to, he was looking for a particular person to pass ball to, maybe, you know, those sort of, so we need to hear from them. I mean, what's from their point of view, or was there anything lacking?
In the speaker's statement, he made quite something that I find quite interesting, that the report by your committee would decide whether Ghana will play the match against Nigeria in March or not. He says if it becomes necessary for Ghana to forfeit that game, we will forfeit the game, and that's based on the recommendations by your committee. One, do we have such powers to order the Black Stars not
You
to
just
play?
answered it yourself, recommendation, because Parliament will recommend to the executive. In fact, you just answered, we cannot impose, but we are working for the public. And we are doing a scientific research under the circumstance. We are actually looking out to, we are not just conjecturing, we're just not saying things without any evidence. We are bringing those who matter into the picture and asking them questions, some in camera and all that. And so people must be free to tell us what it is. And then when we end up putting all this together, and we think that at the end of the day, looking at the picture that maybe the report paints, then we may recommend, we may suggest that, look, it might not be worth it to just proceed. That we have a lot to do as a country to put things together properly before proceeding.
But would you, the works of the committee, will it be made public? Will people be allowed to attend?
You mean the sittings of the
committee?
Well, we haven't decided. The committee hasn't decided on that. In fact, it came up, so we are looking at it. Because some of the members were of the view that knowing the kind of sharp media we have, we don't want a situation where somebody is taken out of context and muddy the waters, because at the end of the day, want to come out more united, more purposeful in terms of resolution on the way forward and getting the right things done.
You watched Nigeria at the AFCON and they won 3 games. Then they lost to Tunisia in the last 16 stage. Our Black Stars won none, drew 1 and lost 2. When you compare the form of the two sides, I know Ghana-Nigeria games, a lot to go into it, but are you confident that the Black Stars will beat Nigeria come March?
The way they played,
I mean, based on
with what they played, the way they played, and because I was just based on what I saw in Cameroon, I'm afraid. I mean, but I will not rule the Black Stars out. If we do the right things and put things that we need to do together, we can run over them.
All right, thank you very much. So it's Sports Check. We are speaking to a ranking member on the Parliamentary Select Committee on Sports, Culture and Youth. We are going for a break. Once we come back, we discuss more on maybe the Blacks and their performance, issues of bonuses, and the most controversial topic, the budget for the AFCON. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. The Honorable Kobiwemi is my guest. We've already dealt with the issues about the Black Stars and the committee set up to probe the happenings in Cameroon. Now we are going to talk a bit more about the budget. Honorable, from where is it? Do you have any idea how much Ghana spent on the 2021 AFCON?
No. I wouldn't know the exact amount of money that was spent. And that's how come it found space in the statement, because it's been a question that has been asked by quite a number of Ghanaians, and the calls that I've received and the talk shows that I have participated on, and they want to know. However, when we're approving the 2022 budget, I actually saw a sharp rise in the budget allocation for the ministry, and it was quite unprecedented. I will applaud, provided I applaud the ministry. They were the source from which they intend to get those monies really comes. So until we get a breakdown, because this interaction through the investigation will also bring all of that.
Is that a bit of a concern that we go into a tournament, we spend before we come back to account to the people? If we so dearly hold Ghanaians, or we so dearly hold on to the principles of accountability, I feel we should tell Ghanaians that we are embarking on this particular mission. This is how much we are going to do, so that in the event that anyone has issues to raise with the amount of money going to be spent, then we can do that. But then we go into the tournament, then we come back. It's...
You see, in the budget that we approved, you realize that you have an excess of over 300 million. Okay. Yes, Ghana cedis. Okay, that has been allocated.
For ministers.
For ministers of transport. So I want to believe maybe allocation for goods and service, okay, might be what they are spending from. Even though I know they've always overrun their budget, and that has its own consequences. We've mentioned time and again when we are debating their budgets. And I want to believe that that is the reason why this time around they have given that ceiling to their destiny. Line by line itemization of the breakdown of what they intend to do, the projections. What they didn't do was the actual figure for the AFCON campaign was not explicitly, stated in their budget. And so it found expression in our reports on the floor that we would want to know how much, okay, they actually intend spending on the AFCON alone, which was not clear. However, we can still be doing it this way round, where you have gone and come back, give us a breakdown, which we have requested for, and see how, whether it is within what we approved for them. Okay.
So we've done enough of the budget issues. Now let's come to the performance of the team itself.
I thought we dealt with it. Anyway, but I think performance, below our expectation. Yeah, below our expectation.
What went wrong for Ghana?
I will not be able to do. These are questions, Charlie, bro, I'm unable to answer. Because I will be lying to you that, you see, that's one of the, even though in the, maybe outside the cameras, I can share my thoughts. But that one is not professional, because I'm not being paid to do a particular work. Those who are really professionals and are being paid, okay, to deliver, we should hold accountable.
Were you impressed with the coaching?
There were problems with the entire technical whole. There were problems. We all saw it. Because there was times my village brain, Taflachet, was telling me that the thing wasn't going well in a certain flank. What was the place? Some place was leaking, and it was consistent. And we must have a policeman there to block any movement. Are you getting me? Yeah. It's like the policeman there is sleeping. So what can we do?
I'm actually preaching one of the matches where from the first half, one of our sides were looking throughout and the coach did nothing.
So that is why. So I'll ask, technical people, this is what I'm seeing. You are not seeing that. I will say that because at the end of the day, we are paying you to deliver. And you are a professional. You know the game because you are the one, you have the third eye for the thing. I don't have it. And so I can't pretend to tell you that I know more than you. So do your work. Are you understanding me? So I will not go on air or anything and say that Anka, the way to hire, the way to hire. No, it's the last thing I will do, and I will never do that one.
One of your colleagues, I think the Honorable Frida Prempe, made mention of the fact that these days you don't see pride, hunger, patriotism when the Black Stars are playing. Is it one of the attributes that you think was missing with regards to the team's performance in Cameroon, that the players did not show enough hunger, enough desire to code themselves for the country? Is that something that you...
That is an observation, and she may be right. She may be right, and that's an observation. That's why I talk about commitment. Your ability to die a little, as if you're losing some 50-50 balls, easily, balls that you can equally fight for, and it's like there's a slack, anytime, I don't know, and then, I don't know, I don't understand also one of the things, like you are pushing forward to play, to go and score or whatever, and you end up playing much more within your circles, passing among yourselves and not pushing forward. I mean, there are several things. So it's an observation made. Like I said, I will not go into those detailed observations because we want those who have the third eye, who are mandated to oversee the entire thing, come and tell us.
Some people believe that the performance of the team is a manifestation of the general problem with Ghana football, where we've gone from being a top team on the continent to now being one of those teams on the ground. And our league and our football seem to be in a mess. Have you do you subscribe to that notion that what happened in Cameroon is a representation of basically what Ghana football is? Yeah,
of course. I mean, I agree. I agree that we the football, in fact, sports in general, football in particular, we keep retrogressing, we keep going down, and I think that there's the need for government to assist in building the infrastructure and build the human resource capacity, and to get the local league supported and facilitate rebranding. Even though the clubs may be private owned, government still has an interest because they are the roots bearing the fruits, the roots and the tree bearing the fruits. The fruits being those we call up into the Black Stars. And so if you don't have a good root and a tree to nourish the branches enough to give you good fruits, definitely garbage in, garbage out.
In terms of government investment in sports, are you impressed with what the Akufo-Addo government has done so far?
You see, if you talk about the building of astroturfs and all this, I told you how many of the astroturfs have been built, taking into consideration and consulting football people or sports in general in a particular locality and area and accepting the location. 1. 2, why are you not even building it to meet the international standard? Are you getting what I'm saying? Yeah. 3, are you not helping to ensure that, whilst you situate whatever at any particular area, it becomes so beneficial for the majority in that area? So, the way it's been so planted across the country, dotted all over, there's no science behind it. And they don't even meet the standard. How many of our local teams have a home ground? Can't we use this policy to then associate with the various regions and localities and put up in consultation with them? so that it becomes beneficial for the vast majority in an area. And that also helps to build the schools movement at the grassroots. And that also helps them to have the school sports, because you have a place to be training. Okay? Because when you spread it well, in consultation with the key people, take politics out of it. Don't go and say, I want to go and build something for some people in that some area because they will vote for me. When you do that, you go and put up taflache, you go to, you will end up sending fridges to the Eskimos to buy. Or, if you are not very careful, you would think you want to sell heaters at the Sahara Desert. That is it.
My last two questions before I wind up on this interview. The bonuses issue, the issue of bonuses to the Blasters players, is one of the things that you're going to consider in your report, such that after the work, we now have a definite amount or a design amount for the Blasters when it comes to bonuses?
That one, we will discuss it. I wouldn't want to say anything much about it because they are motivational. They are motivational in the sense that something to just motivate people to die extra.
Do you think we should continue paying bonuses to Black?
Oh, it's not a bad idea, but it should be the ability to pay. It shouldn't be like you are pulling the hair from somebody's nose. Even if you don't have, you have to go and look for it from wherever, at the expense of other equally important state needs. And so you balance it. And for me, it's a matter of sitting with all who matter, including our beloved players, to also appreciate the state in which we find ourselves and collectively agree. But it is very important to pat their back for a good work done. So motivating them, I'm for it.
My last question, we are in search for a new Blasters coach. Now reports since Friday indicate that government seem to have their candidate, the FA also have their candidate, and neither side is willing to compromise. So government has Chris Hilton, whom they want to be the coach of the Black Stars. The FA, on the other hand, we understand the president was in Germany to speak to former Black Stars Wenger Otuado. Looking at the development between these two countries, looking at the fact that we have barely weeks to play Nigeria, what do you make of the whole situation?
Well, I would think that they should allow the football people to suggest, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with them. If you ask me, let them suggest and let the government roll along. But, of course, government must demand reasons. And once they make cogent, I mean, they stand good reason why they are doing whatever. Once it sounds convincing, and that it must be made to know that it comes with a price if there's a failure. That's it.
Finally, will the reports of your committee be made public?
Oh yes, I mean, it will be submitted on the floor at plenary, because that is where it was requested. So when we are done, we'll have to submit it on the floor for other members to also have a bite on the content. And so it will be made public.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for...
Thank you. But then there's something I want to just, again, you see, all the astroturfs and all those field, sporting whatever that were built, the source of money for that is from the National Youth Authority, and then 5%, when we're doing that law, in 2016, His Excellency John Mahama was the one who says, after approving the District Assembly Common Fund formula here in Parliament, we should allocate by law 5% of that amount to the National Youth Authority, because of how important he sees the needs of youth in Ghana be viewed and looked at and improved upon. And so those releases annually was where those fundings came. And so when they are praising those constructions, let Ghanaians remember the architect brain behind those, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you very much. And this has been a riveting conversation with the ranking member on Parliament's Select Committee on Sports, Youth and Culture. We discussed the blasters, the committee set up to probe the issues. We also did a bit of politics by saying that we should credit the Mahama administration for the assertive that we see around. This has been Sports Check and Perez as well. So we'll meet again. Macron.
This afternoon, we have the Head Expanded Program on Immunization, EPI, Dr. Kwame Amponsa Achiano. With us also is the Director Public Health at the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Asiedu Bequin. We also have the Public Relations Officer of GHS, Mr. Jacob Akwa Ando, and of course, the Director General of Ghana Health Service, Dr. Patrick Kuma Abuaji. We'll go to him for his substantive presentation, and as always, we will come back to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and good morning, good afternoon all, and our friends from the media. As the Deputy Minister announced, today we'll be talking about the 3 key areas of public health concern that we are dealing with. As you have been following up lately, the whole world is being confronted with epidemics, and most importantly, transfer of diseases from animals into man because of the invasion. And so it is something, so Ghana is not very unique as far as this is concerned. Today, I'm going to take you through the cases that we are looking at. That is Marburg virus, which is the latest we are dealing with. Update on COVID-19, the cases, epidemiology, and the vaccination. The monkeypox update, and you are aware that monkeypox have been declared yesterday as of public health concern globally. And so we all need to be on the lookout to see where we are as a country within that context. The COVID-19, as we are all aware, has presented us with a major challenge, and that has stressed the public health system in this country. The current wave of the COVID has seen, however, a downward trend compared to our neighbors, and in the last few weeks, the numbers have significantly come down. We hope that it continues that way, and we'll come up with measures that has to be done to continue the downward trend. We are further stressed with others like the Marburg, the monkeypox, and of course, we're still dealing with COVID. And there have been other pockets of the usual outbreaks of poliomyelitis, because we found some viruses in our sewage, environmental district. That will mean that we need to sit up and quickly protect our children. There's some few cases of yellow fever and measles, which are all minor, which has been actually been taken care of, and we are continuing to engage that. Now, let's turn our attention to Marburg now. On the 26th of June 2022, we identified a case of viral hemorrhagic fever. That is a case of fever with bleeding. That's the broad definition from the various orifices. Noguchi confirmed the virus was a Marburg one with Marburg virus disease on the 7th of July. In line with our protocol of quality assurance and the fact that Dakar, Institute Pasteur Dakar is the expert area in terms of hemorrhagic disease, we sent samples to Dakar on the 15th, and results came on the 15th July that one was positive, one was not corroborated, as the second case was not fully corroborated. Well, we manage them as positive anyway because we have a positive case from Noguchi. That is, they gave us the first two. For the second case, a follow-up of the case, the clinical notes does not fully suggest that a viral hemorrhagic fever. He was a case of chronic peptic ulcer. And so further investigation is being conducted to do an additional test because the body has not been buried, and then we'll continue to see whether we can confirm that or not. All the contacts of Marburg, as we started originally, have completed, as the 118, have completed a 21-day quarantine, which is a mandatory quarantine that we follow up. And we've also implemented interventions focused on the 3 regions, which I will show you. That's Ashanti, Savannah, and Western region, where 3 districts in that area. We have had a cumulative contact list of about 318 contacts in the 3 regions. Ashanti had 50, Savannah 48, and Western 20. 19 of the contacts were health workers, 99 were close family members or household or community contacts. And all contacts, as I said, has completed the 21-day as we speak. So if you see the map there, we have the Solar Tuna Kalba, which came into view because in the early phases, the first case was sent there and buried. And so during the burial, and we had contacts there to look out for. We also have the Adansi North and to some extent Bekwai as the area of concern in Ashanti region. And then we have Western region, that's Pristia Huni Valley district, which is where the first case fell ill and came from. And so that's our main source of concern, that they may have been the source of the infection because the person was ill there before moving to Adansi, where within 3 days the system picked it up. Unfortunately, one close contact reported symptoms after the maximum incubation period. That was after the 21 days, reported some symptoms and died on the 21st of July 2022. This, I mean, for the sake of the family, these are very, very close relatives or members of the deceased, where under normal circumstances they are higher risk. But what is interesting here is that it came after the 21 days quarantine. So we've taken samples and following up with them. Currently 40, so because of that, the initial test had come up as positive for that close contact. And we have identified 40 additional contacts within the Savannah region where the incident occurred. 11 of them are health workers, and 11 out of the 40 are health workers, and the rest are other new members, including patients. Well, after the time, the patient had been discharged from quarantine, but we're still monitoring to see. Daily temperature in general health and well-being is being undertaken by health workers in the affected districts on daily basis. So we have instituted additional public health measures. These are, we have alerted all districts in the country to be on the lookout. And I must say that it's a very, very high sensitivity area. So we had a couple of cases that anywhere that come close are tested, but they are so far we've had no positive outside these places. We've also the community engagement and risk communication, education on what to do, what not to do as part of the protection has also been done on, and then further investigation continue to go on to look at the main source of the condition. We've also constituted a rapid response team with the support from the regional and district response team to detail the investigations that are going on. We have looked at the clinical records. What we do is that we go to the facility in the area, look at anybody who has come there, because it could be missed, with symptoms that come close to that. And then we look at it. But so far, everything is fine. That's apart from the 2 cases, we have not had any one that comes close to that. We are also supporting them with contact tracing, and we have supported them with PPEs and other logistics to ensure that they are able to conduct their work more efficiently. We have developed training tools and education materials, especially for the district of concern, the region. We are training more surveillance, community-based surveillance. These are the people who hear somebody is not well, somebody is vomiting, etc., and tell us. So those are very, very key tools we have in identifying cases. We've trained about 60 community-based volunteers across the country, and more additional training continues to go on. And then we've also developed a national response plan to deal with the Marburg disease. We have identification of community of interest in the listing of contacts. We've heightened community-based surveillance, as we said, and district-based orientation of health staff and standard case definition. That is, the case definition is what are the things that you will see that will make you draw the conclusion that we will need to take a second look at this person to make it much simpler for us. We are also doing public sensitization through radio and community-based services, including this very update that we are going on. Further investigations will continue. As we continue with the further investigation, we are going to enhance community engagement, because that's very, very important that we are able to pick it up early. And I must emphasize that the key to addressing this is early identification, so that that person or whoever cases does not spread it before you start chasing the cases. And that has been the strength that has helped us identify it so early, and in 21 days we still are where we are. We have decided that we are going to continue monitoring all contacts for 42 days, just to be on the safe side. Offer psychosocial responses, support to their families, and it is very distressing. Of course, not everybody will believe that there's a virus called that, but they also think that, is it a curse? Is that something from where? And so we are giving them support in all aspects to ensure that the community stays safe and they are able to follow the contact tracing arrangements that we are doing. We are training community-based cases to do search and contact other contacts to be traced. And then we are going to do an environmental assessment of the wildlife affected district, that is Adanse North, Bekwai, Pristia, Huni Valley. As we said the last time, it is the fruit bat that is the main host of the virus. The bat can live with the virus without falling sick. But if it jumps into a human being or a primate like the large monkeys, etc., then it becomes a problem. And so we are looking at that. And we are collaborating with wildlife to ensure that we are going to do a national risk assessment to see are there any other places in the country where surveillance must be enhanced, because the risk of contracting that virus is high. And so this is just an eye-opener, and we are using that opportunity to also build our systems to be able to respond early, irrespective of where the threat may come from. We suspect that the virus may be lurking around the sub-region, and so everybody needs to be very careful. And our bats migrate and come back, and so we need to watch all those things. Okay, so that's it for Marburg. I'm sure we'll have a few more questions from that. So going back to COVID, which is still remains a threat. And as you have seen, other countries are seeing increasing cases with a new variant, the new Omicron variant in other parts of the world. But we have seen a decline in the last few weeks. Greater Accra still remains the region that accounting for the highest proportion of the reported cases nationally. Apart from yesterday, where I think Central Region had a higher number than Greater Accra. COVID-19 among those arriving international are still very, very low. 4 regions, Western, North, Northeast, Savannah, Upper West, do not have active cases at all. We've had 12 deaths reported between the 1st of June to date, and 6,198 cases have been recorded over the same period. So the active cases now has dropped to about 336. Currently, we have only 1 severe case, but there's no critical case in the country. So you can see that this is the normal, usual graph. You can see there's a downward trend now, and this was a relatively lower curve than the previous Omicron one. And the active cases continue to drop as usual. And so we'll not spend so much time there. Now, total vaccines administered. May 31st, we had about 15.9 million. As at June 30th, we had about 17.4 million doses given out. And as we speak, as at July 20th, we have moved about 18.4 million doses across the country. And the last time we showed you this chart of regions with the lowest coverage. The yellow ones are those who are doing less than 25. You can see that May, June now, in the last one, there's no yellow map in any of our regions. So that's a good sign that uptake is increasing with the periodic campaigns that we are doing. If you go to the next slide, you can see that there were a lot of yellows in the districts. That has reduced significantly in June, and in July, as of July 24th, the number of the yellow slides have significantly come low. We have seen that our parliamentarians have also joined the campaign, ensuring that people will take up the vaccine. I think that will be very, very helpful for us. So that's it for the vaccine uptake and COVID. Finally, Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to also finish with monkeypox. As we are aware, WHO has declared it as public health emergency of international concern. Ghana has so far recorded about 34 cases. The last confirmed case was on the 15th of July. After the last breakdown, we had about, of the 30, we had the first 30 we had about 20 of them from Greater Accra. We have one in Bono East, Bono, Upper West, and Ashanti region. So these are the regions who are reporting cases. So far, no fatality among cases have been reported, and the majority of the cases are males. So you can see with the chart, the map showing where the cases really are. We have them in Upper West, Bono East, Bono, Ashanti, Eastern, and Greater Accra. Greater Accra accounting for about 2/3 of all the cases that has been reported. So district rapid teams, as usual, and case management teams have been oriented on how to identify and make a response. We have also disseminated WHO guidelines on case management and how to do when you have a case of monkeypox. We are working with the Veterinary Services Department to conduct assessment in affected communities to look for what are the possible causes so that we can identify possible contacts and those at risk and protect them. Contact tracing and follow-up, and we have enhanced education in schools and communities as far as monkeypox is concerned. Very easy to mix it up with chickenpox, and so education is extremely important. So what is the outlook for us? The public health system is currently being strained and stressed with all these emergencies that is coming up. But I must say that the system is holding, and thanks to the community and the system that are in place, it's happening. I think the only trump card, the main trump card we have here is the fact that the system is able to pick up things very, very early. And I think we may have picked the first monkeypox even before the announcement became a public health emergency as was on. The risk of widespread monkeypox exists but has not posed a major threat. The threat of Marburg virus that will spread exists but is very low. The chance that it will spread is low because we've done since the 26th of June up to now. If it was going to be an explosion, well, we should start seeing a spread from those initial contacts who may have passed it on to others. But like I said, the risk is there. The host is in the country, and so the possibility that it can be jumped into anybody is important. So we continue to be on the lookout for that. So to look at that is to prevent all that is adherence to protocol is extremely important, and infection prevention and control strategies, including personal hygiene. Marburg is a close contact. If you don't come in touch with flu, body flu, etc., you won't get it. And so how do we look at that? And we must also commend our health workers in the fact that when they encounter the case, because of the infection prevention approaches they have so far, we've not had any health worker who has been affected. Usually, such cases is the case, and the next batch of people who makes affected are the health workers, the first responders who are going to look at them. But in this case, we have so far not had any condition appearing from them. The surveillance activities will continue to strengthen so that we can make sure that early detection and adequate containment is assured. So thank you very much, Mr. Paul.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick Kumar Boaje, Director General of Ghana Health Service. You heard him, and the takeaway really for me is the fact that if you have come into contact with anybody who has any of the viral infections, do not hide. Early detection, or if you report early and through the surveillance system, they are able to get you and contain it. That is how you can protect yourself, your family, and your community. So with your cooperation, there is so much that the Ghana Health Services can do. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we will take your questions. If you have any question on the monkeypox or Marburg or COVID-19, as the Director General presented, kindly show by hand. We will bring the microphone to you for you to ask your question. Yes. Okay, I can see another hand at the back. So we'll take one, and we'll take two. Okay, and Sarah will be the third. Okay. I saw a hand. I think that was Philip.
My name is Solomon Bobiji from The Finder. Now that the monkeypox has been declared a global emergency by the WHO, are we going to have any special protocols established for it as we did for COVID? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the second one.
No, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Bajo Femi Opoku, Mifri Kingdom FM. Bajo, the question here boil down to what Mebrani asks right now. You say a month for raising issues, COVID protocols, you know, something that we should still observe. Nanka, President should come out again, saying he won't say COVID now only a casano. Because the last time on here, Kasafa COVID, March 27th or something. So it should come out again, because through that time until now, no, it had two different virus so far, some of them can't be one. So it should come out and come and reinforce the COVID protocols. No? So we want to find out from Doc said, is it important for the president to come out and speak on it, and what does he make of that? That's it.
Okay, that's it. So we'll take Sarah's question.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Apenkra, report for TV3 News. I have just 3 questions for Doc. Please, I want to find out the new case that died on the 21st of July. Does that officially make our case 2? As you claim, the one who is yet to be buried is yet to be confirmed if it is Marbeck. If you can clarify that for me. And I also want to find out the one whom had died. Has the person also been buried yet? The monkeypox, can you please help us with the specific districts in the Greater Accra region where these 20 cases are being recorded, considering the fact that you gave us the district for Marbeck, which informs the people around that enclave to be extra careful? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We can take more questions if you have. This is the best time to ask. So we'll take one from here and another from the back.
Right, my name is Obed. I report for GH1 TV. So on monkeypox, during the presentation, you spelled out that 34 cases have been recorded so far. Even though you mentioned that you are in touch with the veterinary services, we want to be sure how strong our veterinary services is, especially where the map showed that the upper west is also affected. And we want to be sure how information is going down in such areas. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay, we'll take 1, 2, and then go for response.
Yeah, thank you. Athamensa from Ghana News Agency. Yes, as the Director General said, we are currently faced with 3 viral infections. And I want to quote him, said, the public health system is stressed. So I want him to explain. Maybe the system is stressed. One, maybe there was a lack of finances to deal with it, or maybe there's lack of materials to handle it. If you can give further explanation as to how stressed the health system is. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Boji. I want to know why this streak of diseases happening simultaneously. Is it because there's a word disorder, or what is the trigger? I want to know what is triggering all these diseases coming at this time. And then, if you remember, in the era of the COVID, health personnel, some of them suffered some attack. I don't know. Can you give the figure of those who survived and those, if you can give those who passed on, because you want to be sure of what they went through, so that they may have some kind of situation in mind. I don't know if that is possible to give. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay, we'll take John's question as the last.
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesben. Doc, when you were doing your intro, you said the Marbeck virus is a hemorrhagic fever. I want to know if the Marbeck and that of Ebola are of the same, because Ebola, I understand it, so it has something to do with hemorrhagic fever. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll go to the Director General for his responses.
Thank you very much. I'll answer, and where Director of Public Health wants to add, he also coming to add. The protocol for monkeypox is close contact. And so what we have actually mentioned is the fact that anybody with those postular symptoms, you don't touch with your bare hands, with trained health workers and other people. And the protocol is that as soon as you see such, please report so that I don't spread it among others, so that we can also find contact. So basically that's the protocol. But the main thing is basically personal hygiene. If it's improved, the chance of it transmitted from one to another is, like I said, it's very, very close contact. That's how it's transmitted. Mr. Poku, I'm sorry, a question there, and I'm the Deputy Minister by answer, but I think maybe a President can host in Biano adherence to protocols across through. Intimation on one in its right time, of full cells or obey. Me should say on one about new Biana catches on me. I'm sure so on steady system. No, I'm sure Minister, Deputy Minister might add to that. The new case, Sarah, your question was, okay, let me answer the monkeypox one. You want to know where in Accra they are? Okay, I don't know whether it's for personal reasons, so that you know where to pass or you know where not to pass. But in Accra, there's a lot of movement around. So even if I pick one in Kaneshi, you never know where that person goes across. But it's mainly in the main Accra municipality. That's where we have it. So if we say it's in Teshi and it works in Nungwa, it doesn't help you. But the most important thing, let's all protect ourselves. So the new case, we'll clarify whether, yes, the new case had actually completed the quarantine.